Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
You're way off. I say you're way off this time, son.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to VP4 TV. Welcome to LS3. First one in the house, probably the only one in the house at the moment. We have two matches scheduled today. This one earlier in the afternoon between Real Poland Power, Stub, as we'll call him, from the USA against Tommy from Germany. And this is a one-loss side match, race to 13. LS3's already predicting 13-10 to Tommy. Before we go any further, we've got the other match to come at 7 o'clock or 1900 British Summer Time, which is, what the hell time's that? 2 PM Eastern, 11 AM Pacific, and that is the winner's side match between Cobra from the UK and Machine from the USA. The other thing we're going to have a quick look at, if we can get the buttons to work, is the 10-ball World Championship, which the sign-ups opened up last week. It's a maximum 64 players, and we've already got quite a few in. That's due to start at the end of the month on Wednesday, August the 31st. So if we look at the players, we've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 26. And now there's one name that stands out there, and this is a player that probably you, especially LS3, you won't probably know, and that's Sharky9, who is a Virtual Pool 3, or Virtual Pool 3 Virtual World Snooker Champion from back in the day. I think he's trying to find his feet in Virtual Pool 4 because he's been away for a long, long time. And he's finally got round to signing up to this tournament. Now, here's hoping he stays in it, because Sharky9 is a very good player. He's as good as all the top players in this game, although what his problem will be is, as I say, finding his legs in Virtual Pool 4, because I don't think he's really put any time in the game at all. But he has been in the last couple of weeks. He's been in playing 9-ball, I think. And I think he's just trying to get into the swing of things. So he seems to have decided that he's going to take the plunge and sign up to this tournament. So there is a name to look out for. Take my word for it, he is a very good player, and he's from Germany. So we've got a fair stack of players in, and we are just, what are we, August the 5th, so we've got another 26 days to go to get many more players in this tournament. And you can see the usual suspects are already in. The only one that's still missing is Larry, who will sign up at any time. He's got plenty of time to do it. Stubbs there. Who else? Cobra's there. Mr. Fox, Hairpig, Hazard, Jose, LS3 herself is in. MC Clarkey, Bill, Popman's there. Who else? Sergeresh, Sylvia, Snake Eyes, Spectre Dawn, and Tommy. They're all in. But what we're looking at, what time is it? We've got about a minute and a half to go. Let's just go to the home page, because that's the quickest way of getting to the cribbage bracket. And this was a match that's holding up the one-loss side, the one that we're about to see, between Stubb and Tommy, because Larry's already waiting on the winner of this match, and LS3 is waiting on the loser of the match that's going to go ahead later on, the one between Cobra and Machine. So that is basically where we stand, and we're all set to go. So I've missed all the chat, so I don't know who's arrived. Good afternoon to Cheeky Chico. I think that is about it. Good afternoon to Bill. Yeah, Semi-Pro's not in it yet, but he'll sign up for it. Don't worry about that. He'll be in there. Right, so the cloth colours at the right setting. The tournament room is up, and we are good to go. Now, Steve won't be here. He said he won't be able to do this match. He said he's more than likely going to be here for the match later on tonight. Now, I'm hoping that I can get a break after this match, because I'm still to get my dinner. So we'll have the lag for the break, the usual, and then of course it's all down to the fun and games of good and bad breaks. I'm sure there'll be plenty of those. And then it's whether Tommy can put in a better performance than he did in his previous match. His match, who the hell did he play? Yeah, Cobra. Yeah, Tommy didn't get rolling in that match. Cobra won out 15-8. Stubb, of course, had a comfortable win in his previous match against Ice Age. He was always going to win that. I said that he shouldn't lose any more than 3 racks in that match, but he lost 4. But of course, he'd be taking the usual liberties, and he's letting Tommy sit here and stew until he gets his final alert to get into the room. So we know what Stubb will do. You know, if the balls are there, he'll pot them, but it's how he deals with the problem situations and how careless it is, and whether Tommy can take advantage of it and punish it. And Tommy didn't really do that against Cobra, and he's going to have to, because of course it's last chance saloon for everybody in the one-loss side. You've just got to get the job done to survive. Well, that's it. I mean, it's all about how much luck you're going to get in this break, and whether you can take advantage of it, and also take advantage of what happens on Stubb's break, and vice versa. Is whether Stubb can capitalise. But he's still waiting to get in the room, and we're already, 3 minutes into the countdown. Right, we'll wait until he gets in. So Tommy has won the lag. He's going to, well, at the moment he's breaking from where the cue ball appears, straight down the middle. And he's carrying on from where he's left off. Break is dry. And nothing immediately obvious here in this table. I mean, it's there's obviously the 7 ball over the corner here, but it's not easy to get to the 8. I can't see anything. We've got the 10 and 6 locked up in the middle. This is horrible. This is a horrible break. Apart from the fact it's dry, Stubb's coming to the table, and I don't see he's got anything. And now Stubb having a problem getting his cue to work. Oh, there he is. Well, I'll tell you something, if he can pick something out of this, he'll do well. Because I think this is probably the worst break that I've seen in terms of the lay of the balls. He's going to have to try and get onto this 8-ball. I don't spot anything else in that at all. And he's already into his second extension, and he's given it a good look. Well, the 10, I mean, let's be honest, the 10 goes, but it's never great to be potting that 5 and trying to get on it. But he's got on the 8. He may well have to try that shot next, though. If this cue ball comes down the line, he doesn't want to go too far. In fact, he's trying to hold. I don't know whether he tried to hold for the 10 or whether he does that 6 go as well. That 6 goes. Well, this is going to be hard work to get a great deal out of this. And he's just overcooked that as well by quite a bit. Well, he's run into the 9. I don't think there was a lot he could do with the potting angle he had. But now he can roll the 9 in, and the 6 will go. And of course, as these balls disappear, then it opens up the rest of them. But again, the problem's up here. 14 balls done there, 13's down here, 2's in the middle of the table. And the angle he's got in the 6 could mean he's going through for the 12. It could also mean he's going to try and get down for the 13, but there's traffic in the way. So this is not a gimme. He's just looking as if he's trying to come across. Now, I'm not sure what he played for there. He might have played for the 13, but getting on the 2's once again not guaranteed. If he pots that 13 and comes this way, he's got to come through the gap with the right pace if he's going to do that shot. That would be a good shot to get on the 2. He's looking at possibly the 1 and the 14, but the 14 looks tight to get to the potting angle. Yeah, he's running through. Well, of course, remember, it doesn't have to be what you call a legal shot. This is cribbage, so if he billiards the 14 in off the 15, that's perfectly okay. Well, he's got it clean, but the 15's gone in now. Is that a legal shot? What happens with that? No, the 15 just spots and you stay at the table. So Stubb has done well so far. He's got to his 5th cribbage. And well, the 4 goes, so I don't see a problem here. I mean, the 4 will go. He's got loads of room to sneak it past the 2 and just bump into the 2, or at least make sure he comes through. He's just trying to hold it. Well, this is a good out for Stubb, because it had to be worked out. It had to be thought about. And it was not a good table. So that's an excellent start for Stubb. Welcome to Cobra. And likewise, Stubb's got the same problem. Now that 13's going. It's just gone. And he can see the 2. He can get the cut. Again, there's a mess of balls up where the cue ball is. And he's had a slash at it, and again a crazy shot, because having missed it, the ball's running around the table, and it's moved balls. Although I don't think it's really moved them into a great deal more favourable position. Tommy's now got Well, he's chosen ball in hand. But I'm again having a quick look around to see where his first shot's going to be. Well, obviously 14-1. But that's not the concern. The concern is where does he go after that? He could... and the obvious thing is he can't take the 1 first. He would love to take the 1 first. That way he could take the 14 and come down for the 10 and come out and around for the 5. And that's sort of clutching at straws to try and find another cribbage for him. Right, so this is a given, this 1 ball for his first cribbage, but I'm at a loss as to where his next one is. We've got a 12-3, if that's a 12 that's up there, or is that the 10 ball that's up there? No, that's a 10, so again, it's not a great table, but we've seen how Stubb managed to do it, and Tommy's just nudged that 12, and I don't think that's helped him any. He's now got the 9 into the side. He'll have the 6 into the side to follow that. But this is going to be hard work as well. And of course, the pressure's on him to respond to Stubb because he doesn't want to start clearing this table and then fall at the final hurdle and just leave it easy for Stubb to get out. Now, what does he do? Does he let this cue ball run and hope he gets lucky? Or is he trying to be exact here? Because to be exact on something is going to take a good shot. I think he just got to let this run and hope. And that's not helped him at all because that's now locked up the possible shot on the 5. So the 10 ball's no good to him. And he's in Stuck here, as they say. 2 balls up table, 13's right in the middle, but with not very many places to go and absolutely not easy to get on. Well, he's trying to get a bump and get lucky, and that hasn't worked. And this is the scenario that I was just talking about. He's going to give up the table here. Well, what about, now that you've mentioned the 7, what about cutting the 7? He's going to run into the 12. Now, if he hit the 12 thick enough, he could still have a possibility of the 8 ball. But, of course, he can't do anything like that until he does something with the 5. That is a cracking shot. That is unlucky. That was not easy. Good effort, but no cigar, as they say. So Stubb now has ball in hand, but knowing Stubb, he's going to have to be creative here as well. That the 8 ball isn't in the kitchen, so he can play the 8 ball and get the 7. He's got a big gap to get on the 7. That shouldn't be a problem for him. But he would like an angle on that 7 ball so that when he pots it, he can do a bit of bumping and banging if he's going to try and pinch this rack. And he's got the angle, and now he doesn't want to run into this gap here. He's got to try and hit something, and commentator's eye, he's found the gap. That's not, I believe, what he played for. And now Stubbs in trouble. He's got no shot. Well, this rack is in the balance, shall we say. And Stubbs just playing a safety. Now Tommy can cut the 5, and he can certainly hit this 10 and 13, but it's again all down to luck as to how this is going to pan out. 10 ball right behind the 13. Oh, he hasn't got it. He just glanced to 13, and he might as well pot the 2 ball and then bring those 2 balls back to the table and let Stubb deal with it. Well, he's looking at the combo. That's well played. Pressure shot, but he's dug it out. And he can't see the 12 ball, which is the problem. He can obviously see the 3. He can cut the 3. He's going to leave a bedhead cut in this 12. There's nothing he can do with the cue ball other than come across the table probably twice here. And that's gone too far. Well, the bank is on. He's got to go for the bank. And Tommy's extensions have all gone, so he needs to be not thinking a bit any more than he needs to in this shot, because he's running out of time. And that's nowhere near it. And that's brought the 2 into play. So the 3 will come up on the spot. And Stubbs now got his gilt-edged opportunity to take a 2-0 lead here. And he should be out. Well, he's going to leave this. Are you coming back? No, he's played the stunning behind the 11. Let's have a look. Well, he's going to go forward and out into the middle of the table. I think he's going to try and get on that 12 ball. Looking at the line he's got, the cue ball comes somewhere over this direction. If that's what he's playing. No, he's holding it for the 13. So Stubb on to his 3rd cribbage. 13-2 is easy enough. And he just has to get the good angle off this 12 ball to make it simple to stun up for the 3. Cue ball somewhere up by the left side pocket, and I think he's gone a wee bit straight. He's got enough angle though where he can come up this side. Somewhere over in this region will do. And he's overcooked it. He's overcooked it slightly, but he shouldn't have a problem with this. So Stubb won the first rack, and he's pinched the second one for a 2-0 lead. And it's back. Well, of course, it's winner breaks anyway, isn't it? I keep forgetting. And it's yet another dry break. This time, though, the table's a bit more inviting because we have a 13-2, easy enough to start off. We've got a 7 and 8 are available. It's just that the 8's a wee bit awkward. There's a 14-1 available as well. Now, he could be playing 14-1 next. He could be playing 9-6 next. He's dead straight in the 2, so all he can do is kill this or come back up the table. And now I'm not sure what he's played for there. He's looking at the 1. I think he's looking at the 1 to come up the middle of the table for this 14. 14's easy enough into the side. He needs to slow down. He doesn't want to be hampered. And he's hampered. And that now just limits in what he can do here. He just wants to make sure he pots the ball. But he's got an easy 9 to follow. And the 6 comes down into this corner pocket, so there shouldn't be an issue there. He doesn't want to be trying to do anything fancy. And that wasn't very clever from the point of view that he may well have been trying to play for the 9-6. He could have just rolled that through there, but now he's having to come back for the 7. And again, he's got to watch the cue ball because he can bump into something here. Depends how he gets the spin working, he's fine. So this will take him to his third cribbage. He's got the 9 and 6 to work on, and then of course he has a problem. And that's in no man's land. He's in trouble. He's got a 2-railer where he can cut this 9 ball, but you don't want to be having to take these sort of shots on, but sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and go for it. He should have a clear enough path. I think he might be good. If he's just hitting this sort of plain ball to make sure he pots it, he's going to come. What's the angle off that? Yep, and that's why he's ended up missing the 9. So the problem there was position, getting it out into the table for the 9 or the 6. And that's let Tommy down, and it's let Stubb in. And again, this is probably exactly the same as the last rack. I think Tommy was in 3 cribbages at the time, and Stubb came to the table. And he's just weighing up whether to take ball in hand or play from where he is. And he's got the 9 and 6 that he can deal with. Well, Stubbs looking at the 5. I can't believe he's playing this 5 ball. The only easy cribbage that's on in terms of where the balls are in the open are the 9 and 6. You would think he's got to deal with that first. What wasn't a foul, Cobra? What did I miss? Oh, Stubbs already had a quick disconnect. That was quick. That was a blink of an eye disconnect. I don't know whether Stubb is actually back or not. It says that he's arrived back in the room, but he actually quickly left the room and come back in. And he may well have gone now. Because there's no sign of life in that queue. And his extensions are running out as well. Oh, the kitchen wasn't available. You're right enough, aye. You're right enough. I'm muted again. Well, it's a combo to win or effectively lose the rack. So there's a little gap, and it's all about the line that you cut that 10 onto the 12. You've got to get it thicker than you think, I think. And it's done everything but go in. And, well, I think Stubbs got to play the 12 where it is, rather than ball in hand. Well, I'm surprised at that. He's going to take the 10, the 5 and then the 10 into the side, but he could have easily taken the 12 and dropped up for the 3, because it goes. Now again, he's just run a bit further than he would have liked. And this could easily catch the point. but he's got it clean. And it's going to be 3-zip here to stub. He's going to need the 15 and the 15 again to complete the rack. Well, we've not seen what you would class anything like a good break in this match already. And if you're Tommy, you're sitting here hoping that Stubb doesn't get a good one, because he's going to be 3-0 up. And somebody's due to get a good break, because I don't think it can get any worse than what we've had so far. And they broke well. The 4-ball thought about it, it's gone in. And he's got no shot in the 11. Now, you could be imaginative here. I think you've got to play it. I mean, you can bump the 11 into the rail, hit the 10, and try and get it to drop into the pocket. I don't know whether Stubb played that or not. It was strange. He took it quickly. If he did try that, then he was nowhere near it. Stubb with the caps lock on all the time. So Tommy has, well, he's got a start, let's put it that way. He's got a cribbage to start him off. But again, he's got not much else going for him. The 10 and 5 are very close together, but they're very guarded as well. They're not easy to get to. The 13 is there, but the 2's right next to it, and the 1. So I have not got a clue where he's going. Well, he's looking to pot the 5 and bump into the 11. Or is he trying just to drop through? And yes, he is. He's just going to play safe. He's trying to drop through and take it into the corner, which he has done. Now, can he run through onto the 3-ball? Because the angle looks not bad. I think he can run into the 3, and that will give him the 7. He's got to be thinking about that, because it looks a fairly obvious shot to me. You just run straight onto that 3, you're on the 7, and you can get yourself out into the table for the 8 to follow. Well, that's actually better, because he's given himself a nice angle in this 7, and he should have no problem in dinking up the rail here and out. In fact, the further away he goes, the more it opens up the 7-ball for him. And as long as he keeps running, now he's got a decision to make, because he can stun into this 15-ball. He'd be unlucky not to have a shot in the 11 or the 4. Well, it looks like the 3-12 he's decided on. I think to me, he'd have been better. He'd have been better stunning in the 15, because that's another possible cribbage there. And when you look at the table from where it is, this is only going to take him to his 4th cribbage, and then he's got work to do. I think he had the chance to make the move there, and he didn't take it. And now he's going to have to try and get a bump here. Well, you've got to be a bit more aggressive than that, I think, Tommy. He's getting himself in trouble here. I think he missed a chance there. to create this cribbage. And now he's going to be hitting and hoping here. He's got to miss the 4 on the way up. Well, this is thin. It's very thin. Again, it's probably easier cutting that up the table because he's going to run into the 13. I think I'd be cutting this up the table. I wouldn't be taking it into the side because you know you're going to be hitting these two. To me, it's a far easier shot cutting it up the table than it is running it into the side, but he's taking it. Is he going to get a decent enough hit? Well, that's all he needed. I've lost track again. Excuse me. Well, that was well done for Tommy to get off the map. I think it was a desperate rack he had to win. And he's got a couple of balls, and a third ball goes in. And how's his luck? Well, disaster. That's how his luck is. The third ball was a cue ball. Well, one of them was a cue ball. And Stubb has ball in hand for a 114, easy enough to start. And now how about that? You just win your first rack, then you have the disastrous break, or what looked like a good enough break, couple of balls, and then the cue ball disappears. So Stubbs just looking at where he's going next. He's got, let's have a look at that 9. Well, the 9 goes, so there's not a problem there. 9 and 6. And well, there's a bit of a problem after this because, I mean, the 2 and the 13 are available. The 4 is only available into that corner, really, if he ends up taking the 11 up the table. So he could try and come through the gap, get the 11. No, he's got other ideas. And again, if he's played for the 5, I have not got a clue. Is that the 12 that's there? And he's not got himself on the 3 either, so he's scuppered his chances there. And now he's having to get some zip in this cue ball off the 12 to try and come back for this 3. Well, he's chickened out there, Stubb. Apart from the fact he's missed the 12, he's absolutely nowhere near the 3 ball. I mean, that's beyond a bedhead cut, that 3 ball. He just did not go through with the shot. But he's not left Tommy much either. If Tommy takes this 12, he's going to be running down this side, and he needs to watch the pace, and he also needs to have checked this 3 ball. That's good. Now what does he do after this? Well, it's all going to be hard work, I know that. Well, this is a tricky little shot. Just looking to come into the gap. He's got the angle to do it. He doesn't want to hit the 2. He wants to miss this 2 ball. Well, that's absolute total disaster. He never get anything on that cue ball to get that cue ball to spin across. And that was really quite a poor effort by Tommy. I mean, he had a target area to get into there. He had the angle to do it. He needed a bit of spin to do it. or a bit of stunning spin. And now he's ducking. 13 ball gets respotted. Nothing on for Stubb. And of course that 15 ball doesn't help anybody sitting there. And you've got 2 balls in the kitchen which are no good. So Stubb's going to be at a loss here as to what he does. Well, I thought he was lining up the bank on, is that the 8 ball or the 4 ball? That's the 4 ball. I thought he was going to line up the bank on the 4 there because the 11 is available. He's going what looks like all out for the combo in the 8 ball. This is asking a lot to be good on the 7. And there's the end result. And now he's just at a slash at it. 8 ball comes back up. Tommy then has the choice of from where he is and ball in hand. Well, I think he'll take ball in hand. We've got a 10 and a 5 available. He needs to watch this cue ball again. And he's avoided the scratch because that was always on. And this is a no good situation up here. Well, I think he's got to come down the table here. I'm not quite sure whether I think he maybe tried to come down here for the 8 into the side. Because I don't know what else he's doing here. He could be banking well, that's all he's got. The bank in the 4 and try and get the cue ball out for a cut in the 11. And that's well played, but again he's run into the 2 with the cue ball and he's got no shot in the 11. And he just cannot get himself into shape here, Tommy. He's struggling. He's not trying now. Oh, I thought he was going to try and run that 2 ball around the table. So, Stubb will have ball in hand for what looks to be a sort of hopeless case in terms of making anything out of this, because everything's tied up. But Stubb's playing the aggressive approach. It looks as if he's trying to bang this in and come around 2 rails. And no, he's trying to get it direct. Well, it's a brave effort by Stubb. But again, it's crazy considering what he's done. You know, he's thrown all his eggs into one basket. And now everything is there for Tommy. If he can actually get his act together and get a hold of this cue ball properly. Because this is a sellout shot there by Stubb, and Tommy is all over the place. And Stubb now has got him where he wants him. And as long as Tommy keeps doing that, when he has opportunities like that, then Stubb's got no worries. He'll be able to pick these off. And Stubb's still got his bloody caps lock on. Welcome to Dwight. Good afternoon. Welcome to Albie. Hair Pig. Well, this is it's been a horrible start here for Tommy, and this rack here is going to be sore because Stubb had a lash out to try and go for the rack. He got the breakout, he missed the pot, and Tommy had a cut in the 7, which he was nowhere near, and the rack is now over, and it's a 4-1 lead for Stubb. And these mistakes are going to cost him. Now that was a 7 and the 2 ball went in, I think. I think it was a 7 and a 2. It was a 7 and a 2, so we've got 13 and 8. And now the 13 doesn't go. That's never going. Now the 8 is a possibility into the side. He's got to go for it. But of course, even when he gets the 8, he's got a slim to 0 chance of getting anywhere good on this 13. And this table's sitting pretty good in terms of the balls are a bit more open. But that was just asking a lot there for Stubb to get that. Well, he's now knocked to 5 safe. We've got the 7 and the 2 lined up. Tommy's got a chance with ball in hand, but now looking at the table, it's suddenly gone very ugly. I mean, there is a possibility of the 6 and a slim chance at the 9. There's the 14-1 is an easy start. I'm looking around to see where his next shot is though. Again, nothing. Well, there's not been a good rack in terms of the lay of the balls at all. That's us into the 6 rack. It's been horrible. Is he trying to bump this in off the 10 to open up the pocket for the 11? The 11's to the left of the 10 ball as we look. That might be what he's trying. He's trying to maybe play it in off that to get rid of the 10. I mean, that would be the shot. You know, if you're going to pot the 4, you might as well try and use the 10 to make the pocket bigger, bump the 10 out of the way, and stun the cue ball across. But look at how far he has to get the cue ball, and he has to avoid the 12. Yeah, it's a tall order. But now Stubb comes to the table with an easy 12-3 to start. The same scenario. What does he do next after this though? Yeah, he's. It's not that. I think Tommy's touch is all to pot because his touch was far better once he get into that black ball tournament, but he's not found his touch at all in this match today. He's ran out of shape, and things just aren't. He's not getting a roll of the ball either so far. And again, if anything, he could have ran through onto the 2 ball there. He's left it a wee bit short again, so he's got one of these cuts. And I don't think he can get anywhere on that 7 ball, you know, just to get a breakout. I think the angle's not taking him towards them, I don't think. And with that 2 and 7 tied up, that's no good to anybody. Right, what's he got now? Well, he's got a 5 that he can't hold for the 10, I don't think. He's got a 4 to have a little dink out for the 11. And the angle off his 11 ball is no good to get a nudge here either. And he's running away from the 10 and the 5. Well, it doesn't rain, but it pours. And Stubbs gone for the breakout. Trying to get lucky. And cue ball still spinning, but of course his next ball is a 2. Now, if he does the crazy thing and has a bang at this, he's just opening everything up for Tommy, and that's just crazy. Because the 5's now got a pocket, the 10's up there. He's got ball in hand for the 8, the easy 7 to follow. I think he wants to get down onto this 10 ball. The problem will be as to how good he is in the 7. They could. I think looking at where that 5 ball is behind the 4, it's just awkward. So I think he's done the right thing to get down here and get rid of that. Now a little draggy cut shot, just a little kill shot, will cut that in, drag the pace off the cue ball, and still hold for the 10 comfortably. There's not a problem here with this shot. It's just one of these little, as if you're playing a draw shot, but you're trying to actually drag the pace off it. Now, I mean, this is not a problem. You just need to get into the cue ball. Is he trying to bump the 4? Well, he's doing the right thing now. That's a shot, just a little draggy shot. You're just killing the cue ball to hold for the 10, so that's taking care of that. Now, the obvious way to go would be the little stun into the side to hold for the cut in the 2. I don't think he wants to be running this cue ball anywhere. I think he wants to take his medicine here. Just stun this in. I mean, he can stun it firm and get the cue ball running up the table a wee bit. And now the angle is perfect to drop this 2 ball in and come around the left side for the 11. So it's about controlling the pace, and that's fine because I've forgotten about the cribbages again. So that gets him his 2nd rack in the board. I thought he still need. I just assume they need all of them because I totally lose track of what's going on. I'm so busy just looking at where the balls are rather than looking at the score. Well, this is now this has gone into overdrive here with balls in the break. He's already had a cribbage, which is a bonus. Problem is, he's got an extremely dodgy cut in the 5, and he's hampered right over the 15. And the worst thing about having a good break and having a couple of balls is that you're having to make those cribbage balls. And, you know, if you don't do it, you're conceding the table to your opponent. This is tough. He's actually not that bad over that 15 ball. But this will be a good shot. And there's not a lot he can do with the cue ball other than just make the pot and let it run and hope he gets lucky and still can see something. You know, he's way offline. Nowhere near it. I mean, if anything, you would overcut that, but he actually cut that about 2-3 inches from the jaw. So now Stubb comes to the table, and again, it's not pretty. I mean, there is the 7 ball, and the 8 ball goes into the same pocket. Now, he could, I don't know, I mean, if he's going to play it from this angle, he's got to drop this in dead weight if he's just trying to come through. He could play it with a bit more pace and run into something here, but then he doesn't know that he's going to be good on the 8 ball. He's not guaranteed, so he may well just be dropping this in. Yeah. Dead straight in the 8 ball. He's got an easy enough 10 and 5 available to him. And he's also got a problem ball, which is the 11, which is blocking accessibility to the pocket for this 9. But if he can get rid of the 11, or take the 4 and get on the 11, that will open the pocket up. And if he needed to, he can make a combo in the 9 if that came to it. But he's going to have to make a double combo. That 6 ball's not sitting good either. And of course the 12 doesn't go and the 3's up there. So this rack once again is in the balance here. So 4 ball will take Stubb to his 3rd cribbage, and then he's going to have more working out to do here because there isn't anything else available, and the only thing that is available readily is that combo, and this is a more difficult combo depending on where the cue ball is going to end up. Well, this is going to be a good out for Stubb because, you know, these aren't dead certainties, these combos. You know, the first one, and I think he's played that perfect. That is as good as you could ever want to be on this 2nd combo. I mean, if you had the ball in your hand and you sat at the table to play this combo, that's where you'd put the ball. Oh, he's got lucky there though. He has got really lucky. But it's another good rack for Stubb to win. And it opens up the gap again to 3. Or at least it has done. 5 racks to 2. And that 1 ball was going to go in, but it got kicked out the way there. Well, this is another must rack for Tommy. And immediately where the cue ball's sitting. Let's see, what have we got? We've got a 1 that's a thin cut. And then the cue ball's going up the table. I mean, he could cut the 1 and go inside and come out for the 14. He's managed, the 8 went, so he's got 8-7. He's got a 6-9. He doesn't really have a 10-5. There is a possibility, well, a slim possibility of an 11-4, but that 4 ball's ugly. I think you would give up the idea of the 11-4 looking at that. He's got the 14-1. Well, he's run into 11. And he's on the 14. Now, I think he wants to get this 14 clean. I don't think he wants to be hitting it in off the 1. Because you never know what can happen, where the 1 ball ends up. And now he's got to play a good shot. He's got the 13 where he can. Well, I think the safest shot is to run it in and run the cue ball rather than trying to stun it in at distance. It's dangerous. These pockets don't give you much. And where he's finished in the 13, he can go forward, but does he want to risk the stun? Because the angle's shallow, so he's going to have to knock this in. He looks as if he's drawn towards the 4. And that was clever thinking, because now he can get to the 4 a lot easier. Now, is he trying to cut this in and come across the table twice to get out for the 11? Or is he trying to dink it in dead weight? Well, I can't believe that he's played for into the side. I mean, that is tight past the 10 ball. And he'd be better off just killing this here and leaving the cut in the 11 rather than trying to run the cue ball. That 15 ball is a hindrance if he starts running the cue ball forward. Yep, I think he's ran it and he's ran into the 15. So he's still good. And this to give him his 3rd rack. And that was a desperately needed out there for Tommy. And now he needs something to happen for him again, just to ease the concern and get him back in touch. Well, the ball's broke very well, but absolutely nothing happening for him. And this, I'm afraid, is exactly what you don't need. I mean, Stubbs got to. I mean, even once he's thought about it, you would think he's got to be out here. Let's have a quick look around here. What's he looking at? Well, obvious ball that needs to go out of the way is the 14. I think he's got to take the 14 first and get up and get that 1 away. So this needs to go, because that then opens up the pocket for the 7. The 7 goes past the 2 as well, which is good. The 4 ball's tied up with the 13. We've got the 9 right in the middle of the table and the 6 available. What ball's that down there? That's a 10. And the 5 squeezes in past the 8 ball. He's playing the 9-6. And going to be 7-8, which takes him to his third. And getting rid of the 8 opens up the pocket more for the 5. Now, I think that he played, I'm assuming he played for the 5 and he's blocked himself out. And now he realises he's not got another shot. Now, he had a huge area to get into there, and now he's having to play a dodgy cut in the 3. And he's coming across the table. He doesn't want to hit anything. And that's a good recovery, because that almost went to pieces there. So this will take him to cribbage number 4. And that takes him to cribbage number 5. So that was a bad rack for Tommy. A good enough break, but bone dry, and Stubb did what's expected of him. Found his way out, and the lead is back to 3. And Stubb also has the 12 in the break, and the 3 was on for the cut for his first cribbage, which is a good result for him. And the only other one that he has that I can see is the 7 and 8. And it's going to be the 8 ball first, if it's that. And he's the wrong side of the 8. Now, what's he looking at here? Coming down for the 14. He needs to avoid the traffic. Found the gap. And now he can get the nudge on the 5. Well, he's done that perfectly. He's nudged the 11 out of the way. He's got a shot for the 10-5. And he's also got the 11 and 4 available. 11, 4, 10, 5, 7, 8. And that will give him another rack. Now, what was the predictions earlier on? 13-10 to Tommy, did Cobra say? It's looking far from that at the moment. Somebody predicted 13-12, and it's looking far from that as well. So, the 8 ball is slightly the wrong side of the 8, so he's just had to bump that firm to get the cue ball in a straight line off the rail and out so he didn't run into anything. And it should be a straightforward 11-4 to take the lead to 4 racks. And that's perfect. Well, this one's definitely dry. It's definitely dry, but that 5 ball has just rolled dead up to the 7. And look where the cue ball stuck. Now, I think the 12 goes. I think if he cuts the 3, Well, the 2 goes into the side, obviously, but it's a big cut in the 13. But that 3 ball can be potted. Now that's off the rail. I'm sure this 12 ball goes. If he gets right onto this rail, and this is the tricky bit about this shot, the closer he is to this rail, the easier this pot is. Well, I think he's slightly hampered by this 5, but I'm pretty certain he can get enough of this 12. Yeah, got it clean. And now the hard work starts again. So he's got a 13-2 that's available, provided he pots the 11. He's going to hit the 1 ball unless he comes off this. Now that might not be a bad thing, in the fact that it would leave him on the possibility of the 9-6, but he has to get the 1 ball out of the way though. So he needs to play this where he's hitting most of the 1 ball, and that's a good shot. That's played perfectly, because that makes sure the 1 goes right out of the way. It opens up his shot on the 9, and the 6 is available. So he's looking for this 13-2, but the problem with this shot is he doesn't want to finish here on the 2. He wants to be making sure he's missing this 10 ball. He doesn't want to mess with it, and that is fine, because if he gets anything, it'll just be a thin edge, and he'll still be through for the 9. And then he wants that nice angle in the 9 where he can knock it in and bump off the rail and up for the 6. Well, he's played for the 6 first. And he just needs to hold off the 6. So this takes him to his 4th cribbage. And then he has to be sure on what he's doing. Now again, looking at this, the closer he goes to the short rail, the easier this 5 ball is, I think. If that's what he's thinking of doing. Because the 1 ball's not easy to get at. If he was stunning up for the 14. And of course the 7 doesn't go. So he has to be clear in his mind what he's doing. Well, I'm not so certain that this is going to be too easy, because he's got himself fairly straight in this. He's going to have to punch this in. He's just decided to again take his medicine and get himself into a shape that at least gives him the cut down the rail. But this is all he needs to get a right back the board. And that was well done. The pace gave it every chance to go in. So we're back to trailing by 3. Stubb with a 7 racks to 4 lead. And Tommy wanting something nice to happen for himself, because he's had absolutely nothing, but he can't rely on charity here. But he has to start getting a ball on the break. Where's the 12 going? Well, the 12's gone in, and the bonus is he's on the 3. Now he can do a bit of damage here. I think this would be where he has to do a bit of stub shot here. Because, the 7 ball doesn't go. He could pot the 3. He could. I don't know how thin this is going to be. But you've got the 5 ball tied up. The 9 and 6 are available. What else is available? Well, the 13 is not easy to get to because it's blocked by the 8 ball for one pocket here. I don't know whether it'd be worth just bumping something. And I don't think that's done him any favours, has it? He's got the 11-4. However, when you look at the 6-9, I don't think that's a problem for a combo. That could easily be made. $14-1 is available. 14 down the rail, not a problem. I think Tommy's now came to the conclusion that it's focus time and start doing the hard work. We know that this is it's not dead set, but if he gets good on it, he should be able to take that out. Now, once again, I'm not quite certain what he's played for here. He's going to take 114, I presume. And this will take him up to his third cribbage. And he's fairly straight in this as well. Got to get this cue ball across. Well, I mean, I think I would have made a better effort than that, Tommy. I mean, okay, he should get it, but he's now got to watch the pace on this if he's going to give himself any sort of chance on this combo. Oh, that'll do. That will work. That's landed pretty nigh perfect in the 6. That little bump. But of course, this only takes him to his 4th cribbage. He's still got the last one to make, and the only one that's going to be there is the 13-2, unless he gets brave here and has a bump here in this 15-5. And I don't see any reason why he shouldn't. I mean, he could do that, or he could just yeah, he's done the right thing. I mean, he's still got the 13-2. He's now lying plumb in the 10, and he's got the 5 wide open. So this is well done for Tommy. But at the moment, he's playing catch up, and he's hanging on to Stubbs' coattails here. It's hard work to get back into a match in this tournament. Really hard work. You've got a lot of things have to go in your favour. And this is another rack where Tommy needs exactly the same thing. But he's going to have to get some running on this break here. Again, the balls are broken very nicely. Although some of them are rolling back up into the top end of the table. And once again, it's dry. And, well, the 12 and 3 are very simple. We've got a 7 and 8. Now, what ball's that up the table there? That's a 10, and the 5 right in the middle. This is probably the most painful thing about cribbage. Well, it's the most painful thing in any game in pool, where you break dry and then your opponent comes in and picks the rack apart. But considering that you've just, scraped your way through the last rack to get another rack in the board, and then you come up and you break dry, and you're thinking all of these should be your balls. It's so frustrating. Little bump in the 8 ball puts them in a slightly dodgy angle in the 8. And this will only take him to his 4th cribbage. So this is another rack that is in the balance here. So what does Stubb do off this 7 ball? He's fairly straight on it, so there's not an awful lot he can do. He could get the old heave-ho going here. It might be blast time and try and get lucky. And that'll do, because he's now sitting very nicely on the 11. And the 4 is there, and that couldn't have worked out any better. It's the only ball he hit with the angle he had. He was very straight. But if that's the only ball you hit, and that's the one you need, that's all that matters. And it's now back to 3 racks. And Stubb has potted the 2 ball in the break. Well, why is he not? Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't. To me, it was easier to play the 5 onto the 13 than trying to play a soft, slow Massey. But once again, though, Tommy has the table at his mercy with ball in hand. Now, where does he start? Well, we've got a 12 and a 3. We've got a 5 ball, but it's dodgy to get good in the 10 because there's things in the way here. There's a 13-2. 2 balls there, 13's there. There's a 9, which is dodgy to get to, and there's a 6. There's a 14 and a 1, which is way down table. So there's a bit of working out to do, but the table is there for him, and the cribbages are there. And this is where the superior cue ball control will work for you or work against you if it doesn't. And the one thing that I keep repeating, and I'll keep repeating in this tournament, is don't play your cribbage ball till you know where your next one is. So important. Because if you get yourself distracted, you just start potting balls, and then you sort of lose your way on the matter in hand. 2 ball into the side. He's just got to be gentle. Very gentle. Because this cue ball could squirt away. And he doesn't want to finish ugly behind the 7 ball. And that's well done. And again, he's on the 13 ball. Where's he going next? He could go 8 ball up the table. Keep it simple. You know, don't have to do anything acrobatic with the cue ball. Take the 8 ball up the table, roll the 7 in. You've got a 4 ball that's wide open, an 11 ball that's wide open down the rail. You know, you've got all of that to play for. So it's just about keeping your head in the right place. On top of your shoulders is a good place to keep your head. I keep forgetting, Cobra. Thank God you're there to tell me. Well, that 6-ball, what I was talking about there when I was muted was the fact that the 6-ball doubles in size when you're playing that cut shot. And Tommy had more of the pocket than he probably imagined that he could have used there, but you got to be brave enough to play to the jaw and get the full use of the space that was available. It was virtually 2/3 of a pocket he had. But the difficulty with the shot is when you're playing it blind, you know, you can't see the line of the pocket. And the tendency is that you're always overcutting it too much and you catch the edge of the 6. And what I also said was that was the biggest shot in the rack. Had he got that, he could well have been out. These would have all been his, and he would have been back within 1. And as it is, with the way they were set. He's looking at Stubb. More than likely going to pinch it for a 3-rack lead again. Now, he's let that run. He's still okay. He's got away with it. He's got... well, he's either way. I mean, if he's playing the 1 ball, and he's got to make sure... well, he's playing the 2. Well, there's a big mistake. And that's all. That's a total disaster. Well, that deserved 2 because that was the worst possible outcome for Stubb, and Tommy has got out of jail. And there's no way that Tommy should have been back at the table. Now, he's got to think here that Stubb has done him a huge favour, albeit the fact that things are ugly down this end of the table. We've got 2 balls here. The 13 does go into the side. But that's way in the future. He's looking for a nice little clip. Oh, that'll do it. Oh, that has worked out a perfect treat. How about that for a little nudge? Absolutely stone dead combo. What the hell's happened here? Hang on. Well, that was a bonus and a half there for Tommy. Now, we know the 13 ball goes. Is that a combo itself? Let's have a quick look. No, it isn't. But we know that the 13 goes. How about the 8 ball? Well, it doesn't go into the side, I don't think. I think that's too tight. But it does go into the corner. I'm pretty certain that goes. Yes, it does. So, he should have had a good look at that 13 and 8 ball just to know exactly how they lie. The problem is getting good. Now, I'm sure that 13, I don't think the 13 goes. So, yep, he's done the right thing. And, well, this rack could turn out to be, it could possibly be a match changer because Stubb has got to be out in this rack the way these balls were set. And he's committed a complete howler. And he's been made to pay the price. As long as this cue ball tracks up to the middle pocket, he's left it short. If anything, you overhit that. I mean, that could have run another 1.5 feet. And this is dodgy. It's one of them. But don't spend too much looking at it and thinking about it. It should be automatic pilot. You look at these and you see the potting angle and you play it. And that's perfect. So that takes him to 4. And the 15 brings him to within touching distance of Stubb. He's trailing by 1. Is he going to get a good break? Am I still muted? I've just noticed Bill in the chat. No, I'm not muted. Not now anyway. Not since Cobra told me. Well, Tommy has had the perfect break in terms of he's got a ball in the break. The 3 ball's gone. He's plumbing the 12 into the side. And he's got work to do after this though. He does have 2 balls that are accessible. You've got the 13 and the 6, right? The problem with the 13 and the 6 is that the 2 and the 9 are down here. You've got the 7 locked up and the 4 locked up, so you can forget about them. You've got a 14 ball here that's available, and a 1 ball that will go down the rail. Now, is he going to play for the bump? Well, that has improved the situation slightly, that the 7 will go, although the 8 is awkward. And he's hampered over the 4 if he was cutting the 9. Let's have a look at how this shapes up. That's not comfortable. It's not comfortable, but considering he doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, he just needs to cut and make the pot. The cue ball's going to come up the table, depending on the pace, but probably to about there. Somewhere about that line. It's awkward over the 4. He needs to watch the cue tip as well, that he's getting enough of the cue ball. And he's used all the pocket. The pace was perfect. He's pretty straight in the 6. Well, he's got a slight angle, but he doesn't want to be too greedy here. And the 5 and the 10 are out. We know that the 7's now in play. Now he can come back for this 8. Let's see what he decides. Well, it's landed not too bad. He's just going to roll the 5 in and play the 10. Or is he going to take the 14 and the 1? I think the 5 and the 10 look simpler to me. So this will take him to cribbage number 4. We know that the 7 goes. Now the angle on this 14 might be, this 10 ball is perfect. He just rolls it in and rolls through as far as he wants to get on this 8. Let's have a look. Well, all you want to do is pot the 8, come off the rail and come up past the 15, not very much further. And that leaves the 7 open. And that's perfect. And this will get him back all square. Well, that was the first decent break Tommy's had. With the was it the 3 ball went in the break, the 12 ball into the side, and then he got the rest of the job done, and that was well played. And now he's all square, and it's a race to 5. Oh, is Steve there? Oh, I never noticed. I've just seen him. Hold on a wee minute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the late arrival. I was detained.
Well, you said you weren't going to be here for this match anyway, Steve.
Oh, I did?
Yep.
I thought I was going to make this one, but I didn't.
No, you didn't think you were going to make this one, but you said you would make the Cobra match.
Well, yeah. See,
Anyway.
I don't know what I'm doing, I guess.
Well, Tommy started off this match pretty much from where he left off the last match. There was nothing going for him. But Stubb has committed a couple of cardinal sins, none more so than the previous, the 2 racks ago, which gave Tommy the rack. And then Tommy's finally had a ball in the break, and also the cribbage ball available. So he's had, I think he was 6-2 behind? I'm not sure. But anyway, he's got it back all square. And I missed what happened in the start of this rack, but Stubb is in again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would think Stubb would be the favorite in this match, but you know, if he does enough dumb things and Tommy plays well, he definitely can lose.
Well, in actual fact, though, credit to Stubb. I mean, he had work to do to get out in the racks, some of the racks that he's won, and he's done it pretty well. But he's then had that sort of rush of blood to the head where he's trying to do something really creative, and he sold out a couple of racks because of it. And I wouldn't say he's let Tommy back into it. I think Tommy's finally sort of settled down and got his touch. I think Tommy's been struggling to get his touch since that Black Ball tournament, and now he's got himself back in reasonable shape. Only to see Stubb back at the table. I'm glad you arrived, Steve, because as I was saying to the guys, I haven't had any dinner, so my intention is that this match may well run into the Cobra match the way it could possibly go. We've got another 50 minutes to go. So my intention is to abandon you and go and get something to eat and come back.
That's fine. Give me 5 minutes to get coffee.
Yeah,
and I'll be right back, and then you can take off.
That's a good plan. Stubb has been muted. Yeah, well, you won't be seeing any more of Stubb's chat on the right-hand side of the screen, guys, because Steve's taking care of it. 3-0 down, 4-1 and 6-2 down. You're right enough, Chico. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. But Stubb's onto his 4th cribbage, and the only obvious one is the 8 and the 7. Now again, he's got to cut across into the gap. And that will do. And now he's got no other cribbages available, so he needs a bump. And the bump he's trying to get, I think, is on this 1 and 2, because the 13 ball is available. And this is the critical shot in the rack. I'm not sure what he tried. I think he's happy to play the 13 and leave the combo by the look of it. And he's going to have to cut this 1 ball. I mean, this is going to have to be well cut. Now, he does have enough room to do it. I mean, he's at 2 inches away from the 2 ball. Oh, is he trying for a nudge? That's beautiful. That is perfect. Couldn't have played it any better. Got the spin working. Little brush on the 1. And he's home and dry. And that was well done by Stubb. So, a critical rack for Stubb. Haven't seen Tommy get it back all square. Stubb back into the lead. He's had a ball in the break. I haven't a clue what went in. It wasn't the cue ball, was it? Total disaster for Stubb. Again, the worst possible outcome, having just dug out a rack there to regain his lead. But the table, again, is not pretty. Now, what's Tommy got here? Let's have a quick study of this. We've got a 3-12. We need to have got up the table just to make sure what this cut looks like. And he needs to make sure that this cue ball doesn't run into something. And he's found a gap, so he's off and running. He does have an 11 ball that's awkward to get to, but the 4 ball will go. What else have we got? We've not got an awful lot else readily available the way things are sitting, but I think he's got to get rid of that 11 because that would then open up the possibility of the 7-8. And that 11 ball needs to go. Now, he's looked at the 9. I think he can forget that at the moment. He's played the 4. He's getting rid of the 11. And again, planning ahead, that opens up the pocket for this 7-8. Now again, this is him on to his 3rd cribbage. He's gone dead straight in this 8 ball. This is not quite so pretty. He's got to watch this drawing the cue ball if he's playing the 8 ball, because he's got a very narrow window to go on the 7.
He can shoot to 13 and run into the 2. I mean, that's a reasonable shot. You can shoot to 13 and run into the 2.
Yeah. See, the thing is, a lot of players don't like this sort of angle into the side pocket. He's having to go for it though. Again, if he hadn't finished as ugly as he has done in the 8, he'd have been reasonably okay. Any sort of angle, he would have been hoped to get up the table to take the 7 into this corner.
Yeah, I think that's his best shot at coming up with something on this 2. You know, depending on the speed he hits it, I mean, it's going to hit it fairly full. He's going to go the other way, which maybe is a better choice. I mean, it was pretty natural to get in the window.
But, let's have a look. Yeah, the 6 definitely doesn't go.
Well, it may after this, because he could just draw this back into those balls. Nice soft draw. I think he can get it into the 1 ball. I'm not sure what he was doing there. He may have been coming out for the 7 and just left it short, or he may be playing the 5-10, which is
it's wide open.
Pretty good. Yeah. He should be out here. Yeah, Tommy's one of the players that's gotten better. I mean, LS3's gotten better. Tommy's gotten better.
Well, Tommy had to get better, but he had to get a wee bit better luck. I don't think the table or the break's been kind to him in his matches.
Hey, Cheeky Chico.
And he started off a wee bit dodgy in this match. He just looking to find his pace and getting himself out of shape a couple of times. It cost him racks.
Well, he's doing good now, and it's getting down to the point with this few games left where, you know, mistakes are going to get very costly.
Yeah, so this has got him home and dry, back all square. I think Tommy's been pretty much breaking from centre of the table all match.
And he hits it dead on, which is good.
And once again,
break dry.
Well, this is uglier than the other ugly rack we had earlier in the match. The one that I thought was one of the worst racks in the tournament. Well, this is getting close on it.
Yeah, in some ways, it may be better not to be at the table here because it's going to be tough. I think the good strategy here is pick off the easy ones and then play safe.
And he's putting loads of right English in this. I don't know whether he needs quite as much. But anyway, huge area to get on the 5.
Yeah, I mean, no on stub, he may try to break balls out. This is not a good shot to do it on.
Yeah, he's fairly straight.
I mean, 11-4 is sitting good.
Well,
well, if he's trying to get on that 11, he might be a little shy of it.
He's just got on it and no more. He has just got enough of it.
You know, there's some things you can try to do here too. Like you can try to get on that, shoot the 11, and then from the 4 try to get on the 12 ball, because if you get on it, then you know you're going to get the 3.
Well, here we go. I think
well, he's an angle where he's going to move balls, and I think that's a good choice here. Probably want to get into the 6 ball here. I think that's going to get you the most bang for the buck. You don't have to hit it super hard, but you know it's got to have some speed on it. Yeah, he hit it harder than he needed to and almost scratched.
Well.
See, if he hits that softer, he gets into the 6, and you know you're trying to draw it back into that 6 ball, but when you hit it hard, you don't get the ball to take early, and he ended up missing the 6.
Look at that 14-6 ball.
Well, I mean, this is. I like banking the 8 here myself, but I don't know if he'll do that. You bike the 8 and go 3 rails and shoot the 7 in the same in the corner, in the other corner.
Well, I think he's contemplating your shot, Steve, but he's looking at the 12 in at the side and just bumping off the 1 for the 3.
I mean, that's good. You just got to watch out for the scratch here. It's real easy to scratch.
Yeah, he's okay. Got away with it.
Because, you know, it's going to come off that 1 and head at the pocket. Well, now he's got the 13-2, and he'll probably be out 13-2 and then 7-8. I like that play, playing for it in the corner. There's more place to roll out. Only trouble is that he's got to be a little careful here. He doesn't hook himself with a 1 ball. He might even want to shoot this in the side and then play for the 7, and if you don't get the 7, get the 8. Play for the 7 in the other side pocket. That's what I do. I take the 2, take the cue ball off the end rail, whiz spin, go to the long rail, try to get straight in on the 7, and no matter what, you're going to have the 8 ball.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Trying to shoot this 2 and stun it over, and you could hook yourself on that 1 ball if you pull back too much.
Yeah, it's a 2-in-1 shot. If you don't get good on that one, then you've always got the 8 ball to fall back on.
Yeah.
Looking to see where this 9 ball comes into play. He's well past that.
He may have underhit this. That's really not where he wanted to be. Looks like he's going to have to play the 8 first.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh,
just got there, no more.
There. Yeah, that's one you don't want to come up on the short side of, and he almost did.
So, it's been tit for tat the last couple of racks. Still back into the lead. 3 away though. And a ball in the break. Might have been the 1 ball that's gone in.
Yeah, it was the 1 ball.
Cue ball is stone dead.
He's got a shot though on the 14,
and he's got
the table's sitting pretty good. I mean, the 7.
And
well, that was the old Blastola. There it is.
Yep. Now, Tommy's made him pay for that previously. And this is a dead sets 8 ball combo. But the 7 ball's dead in the water. Or does it go past the 6? No, it doesn't. There's the 12. Is that the 12? 12-3.
This table got a lot worse. Blasting it made it worse. This table was actually better before he made that move.
We've got the 12-3. We've got the 13-2.
Well, he's looking like he's going to make the 3 and drop back into the 10-1.
That was, well,
and that's a nice play because he separated the balls.
Now, a little, I think he can nudge this 6 and 7 as well. I don't know whether that'll do him any good.
Well, I wouldn't try that. You know, I'd be rolling it back at the 10 ball because you got a potential 11-4, 13-2. I mean, I would not try to hit that 6 or 7.
What ball's that in the
rail? That's asking for trouble.
That's a 14 that's up in the rail.
Yeah, see, he should roll this at the 10 ball. Yeah, stop ball.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's not great. I mean, he's going to have to shoot the 10, I think, 10-5. It's good for the 10-5. I'm not sure. Maybe he was playing that. I was thinking 13-2, but this is actually sitting pretty good right now. But, yeah, he did the right thing not hitting that 6-7. That could only cause you trouble. And really where that 7 ball is, you know, that 15-8's dead and the 7 ball will go, I think, on it once the 5's out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got most of the pocket. And the 13-2's pretty much a duck. He needs to play the 2 first, though, because the 13, if you get on the wrong side of it, it's difficult to move the cue ball. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to play the 2 here.
He's got well,
and you know, the 6-9's sitting pretty good too, because if you can get on that 6, you can just roll it down for the 9.
Loads of room to get into the gap on this 13.
Oh, this is just a little soft draw. It's a little touchy though. I mean, you know, this can be over under hit. Yeah, that was fine. Well, let's see what he decides to do here. He's got a lot of choices. I don't really like bumping the 6-7 myself. I think maybe playing for the 14-1 would be reasonable. You could just run right into the 4 ball here if you want.
Yeah, the 14's well off the rail. It's comfortable enough.
Yeah. I like trying to run into the 4 ball, but I think he's going to do something else. Well, he may be playing the 8-7, well, but he doesn't have the right angle here.
Yeah, he could have. He might have tried your shot. I don't know whether he planned to play for this 15-8 ball.
He can play for the. Yeah, he's not at the right angle to shoot that. He can play for the 6-9 because you shoot the 6, the cue ball is going to hit the 7. Now the tricky part here is, I think it's going to hit the right side of the 11 ball. So you got to hit it with a little bit of speed to get the separation. I hope you don't hook yourself with the 11.
Let's see what happens here.
If you roll it real soft, you might be able to get the 11 dead on, but it's tight there. I think that's the best you're going to do is 11 dead on. He hit it harder. And that was the problem with that shot, is a potential hook. Well, now he's got to decide whether he wants to kick at it or just pocket a ball and try to tie more balls up.
Well, it's not looking good there.
Yeah, the 1 ball sitting in a place where you can open up the line too. This is a little tricky. And he's going to pocket that, and let's see what Stubb decides to do. I mean, I'd imagine he's going to shoot the 15-8 and roll down for the 7.
Well, you've got to be careful with this as well, the way the cue ball's going to go. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, well, he showed good knowledge of what line the cue ball wanted to roll on there.
Well, this is just a dead weight drop in. Well, now I'm not sure what Stubb is played for here. I haven't got a foggiest idea.
I'm not sure what he was doing there because that 11 ball's real tight.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was trying to hold for the 9th, and he's just got to find a gap. The pace looks good if it misses a knuckle, and he gets past the 1. Oh, well.
Yeah, this is going to require a little banana.
This will be a good shot because these are so difficult to judge. Yeah.
Well, you know, again, he's coming up on the short side. You cannot, you know, that's one of the basic things, separation between like an A-level player and a B-level player is B-level players do that a lot because they're not thinking, you know, like in that shot, you got to be thinking, well, I can go long. I can even go down to the end rail, but I can't afford to come up short. And that's just a mental mistake to come up short on that shot because you had plenty of room long.
Well, thank God Cheeky Chico's here. At least Jose's got somebody to talk to. Welcome to Jose.
Well, I don't think Tommy came up with a shot here. And he spread the balls out, so this is...
yeah, this is fatal.
I think he may have hit that a little too hard and lost the cue ball down low. Well, he could back cut this in the corner. It does go in the corner with a back cut. You need to hit this with speed to make sure you get the cue ball to the rail before the side pocket, because if you hit this too easy, it could scratch. But, I mean, that is a makeable ball.
Yeah, it was really tough. Well,
I practice those kind of shots a lot in real life, and I actually hit them pretty good in real life, too. I think it's harder on VP, the visual.
You know, the only thing that's saving Tommy at the moment in this rack's the fact that he's already in 3 cribbages. You know, Stubb's going to have to do some damage here to get this done.
Well, the thing Stubb's got going for him, though, is that, you know, all he has to do is break this 1-6 out, and he's looking really good.
Yeah.
I imagine he's going to do it here. Well, that is very surprising he didn't try to do it there. I mean, you can do it here, but what if you don't come up with a shot on the 6 ball? Well, he's going to say FBS if he doesn't come up with a shot on the 6, but I mean, I don't understand why he didn't try to move those balls shooting at 11.
Yeah, I mean, to me it looks odds on. Well, he's got a shot.
You know, he's going to get lucky here and come up with a shot, but that was really not the best play.
Well, just a reminder to anybody who may have joined us, this is the 1-loss side match. The match that's holding the 1-loss side up at the moment because Larry's waiting in the winner of this match. And we also have the winner's side match at the top of the hour, so we're about 25 minutes away from that between Cobra and Machine. Race to 15. We'll be going to that as soon as this one's finished. And I'll be nipping out to get a quick snack. I might just have a hot dog or something. I don't want anything too substantial, but I want something to line my stomach.
Yeah, in this country, that's what we call that tube steak.
Yeah, you don't, you know, something that's fast and furious and fills a hole.
Well, I mean, that was kind of a shame. Tommy just didn't really quite hit that breakout shot right, and then Stubb got a little lucky. But, you know, just making that back cut, you know, one great shot, and it's 10-10 instead of 11-9. That's a huge advantage to be 11-9 at this point. Well, this is a must-do here. No, that's not bad at all. I mean, the thing you have to do is The thing about that combo is you don't want to hit it real soft, and you want to slide the cue ball over and bump the 9. I mean, you don't want to blast this, but I wouldn't roll it because you don't want the cue ball. You need to stun the cue ball because the 3 ball is going to want to go to the end rail, so you don't want the cue ball to go forward. So you just want to stun over and bump the 9. You don't have to hit it real hard, but you need to stun the ball. Well, you don't want to really draw it. Yeah, see, part of that is missing it because you're not, you know, that's why I use that 9 ball, because it makes it easy. You don't have to worry about the cue ball. Well, you know, Tommy's trying to straighten that out and stuff, and maybe even cheat the pocket, which is hard to do on combos. You could have just let the cue ball go over to the 9 and put plenty of cut on the 3, or you're positive that 12 is going in.
Yeah, I've done it again. I've hit the mute button again.
Yeah, that's just, you know, it's another mental mistake.
So that's the 12 ball that's over the pocket. He's going to have an easy 3-12 combo if he needs that.
He's not in a great spot for it, but he could shoot it.
Yeah, he'll have to play the 2-12.
Well, you can play the 8-6. I don't like playing the 2-12 because you may block the pocket. I think if you're going to shoot at the 12, you need to play the 3-12. I mean, the 8-6 is sitting pretty good. You can shoot the 8-6, and it's very easy to get on the 9 ball.
It looks as if I thought he was looking at going rail first for the 12 ball there for a second.
Yeah, I think that 8-6 is sitting really good. It's a little bit funny angle. I think he's probably going to shoot the 3-12. Shooting this 2-12 is a mistake. I mean, if you shoot it, you got to shoot it with speed and try to get the 2 ball out of there. And there's no guarantee that you're going to get it out of there, and you could miss the 12 hitting it hard. Looks like that's what he's doing. I don't like this shot.
Well, he played it the right way.
Well, sort of. I mean, he hit it with enough speed, but he barely made the 12 ball and ended up hooking himself. I mean, that's, you know, he should have shot the 3-12. The combo was a little harder, but you were, you know, guaranteed you were going to come up with some sort of shot.
Well, he's just done Tommy a huge favour there. He's had a blast, and the 3 ball almost went in, and it's nudged the 7 and 8 into play.
Well, look at this. 13-2, 9-6, 8-7.
Well, this is a lifeline Tommy needed.
Yeah, I mean, this table's sitting really good.
Now, who called it 13-12 earlier on? Somebody remind me, because somebody did call it 13-12.
Let's see what he decides to do here. I mean, this is it's a little bit of a touchy shot. Yeah, that was a touchy shot. He's on the wrong side of it. You know, see again, you could afford to maybe roll a little too far past it, but you couldn't afford to be short of it because now he's got a funny angle. I think he's going to have to roll between the 3 and the 8. Now, one option you have here is kind of stun it over because it's a funny shot to roll. If you just roll this, you're going to get hooked by the 3.
He's looking at the 3.
Well, he may be because, I mean, that 9 and 6 was funny. Yeah. I think that was a smart move going to the 3 because I'm sure he was playing for the 9, but he was just not good on it. So everything should be pretty simple from here. I'd imagine he's going to go 12 to the 6. He could go 12 to the 8. But you're probably going to have a little funny angle on the 8. He could go 12 to the 9. That's what I would play here. I'd play 12 to the 9, and if I got out of line, I still have the 6. Because it's easier to go 9-6 than 6-12. He's going to play a soft and go to the 7, and that's fine.
Yeah,
get on it.
He's not there.
Yeah, I mean, He would have been better off playing shape on the 9 because for sure you had the 6. He's okay though. He's going to shoot the 9 this way. Yeah, boy. Didn't really want to do that, but he's okay because he can just stop this ball.
Yeah, he's fine.
And
He's
shoot
fine.
the 8 ball. Now in this kind of shot, you know, this kind of shot, you don't want to do too much with the cue ball trying to get it perfect.
Yeah,
if you just stop it, you're good. Now he pulled it back a little and he's still good.
Yeah, I mean, he can go to the rail. You can put a tiny bit of left on this just to bring it up the table slightly.
Yeah, he's going to have to go to the rail here, I think.
That'll do. Well, is this going to give Tommy the incentive, and is it going to give him a bit of luck in this break, because that's what he's going to need again?
I think he'll probably play for the 5. If you're going to play for the 10, you got to play for the short side of it. Yeah, he's going to play for the 5 ball.
Well, this is meet and drink this ball. I mean, you just stun this up the table.
Stun it up the table or over the rail with English, either way. I mean, in VP, I would imagine people going to stun it up the table.
Watch that center pocket. He's okay.
Yeah, you just gotta make sure you're not gonna go at the side pocket there. There are a few ways you can shoot that shot.
This big pool tournament, I think, is next week, is it not? The European Open or whatever the hell they call it. With another 200 odd players in it, I think. I think it starts this week.
It's another matchroom event. I think it's in Germany because I think Oscar said he was going to Germany to play in it.
Yeah, I think it's imminent. I'm sure it must be next week.
They just had a tournament at Oscar's Room Hard Times in Sacramento, California, and it was 169 players.
Whoa. I think that was a 12 that went. Oh, wait a minute, I've got it wrong.
No, it was a 10 ball.
It was a 10. And he's on nothing, is he?
He's on the 2 ball because the 13 went too.
13 did go, so he's on the 2.
So you just got to figure out how to get to this 5 ball, which this will go up table. He could just pull this back 3 inches and shoot the 5 up table. Looks like he may be going back more than a few inches.
Well, he could pinch a bit of the pocket here and get a round and out for the 5.
Yeah, you just don't want to do something that's going to cause you to miss the ball.
Whoa. Well, I would have pinched a bit there and went around the corner. You're far more likely to get on the 5 than doing what he did.
It was a funny angle to do that. I mean, he could have tried to draw back 3 inches, but that's a little tricky too. I mean, if it was just a stop shot, for sure that would have been the shot. But you know, he's okay. He's close to the ball. He should make this.
Well, this is one of these.
Now, this is a shot that comes up in pool all the time, and you know, you need to get good at this shot because it comes up a lot. And the tendency is to undercut this and hit into the end rail.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not a difficult shot. But you know, if you don't ever shoot it, then it is.
Well, in the context of the match, it's difficult, and you called it, Steve. Way undercut.
That's the common way to miss that ball.
Well, the way it looks here, Stubbs going to be in the hill. I can't see him not finding his way out here. I mean, this is Christmas come early, this rack.
So guess who's playing the best pool in the world right now? I'll give you a clue. It's the guy that just won this Brendan Crockett tournament.
I thought you were going to say yourself there, Steve.
No, that's never happened.
I thought you had a good day. Was you away at golf today?
Yeah, I played golf this morning.
Well, you see, that's what I said to the guys the other day. I said, Steve won't be here for the stub match. I bet he's away in the bloody golf course. And I got it right.
Well, Hairpig's right. You didn't cheat and look up the result of that tournament, did you, Hairpig? But, yeah, Gorst is the guy that's playing the best pool in the world right now. And he's only I don't know, 22 or 23. I think he's 22.
Fedor
first met
Ghost,
him,
is it? Fedor.
yeah,
Yeah.
I first met him in 2016 at Derby, and I think he was 16, so he would be 22 now. And tremendous player, and really good tournament. But he won Derby. He won the Banks. He won the one pocket, and I don't remember where he came in the 9-ball, but I think it was a top 8. And he won what they call Master of the Table, which is the overall, which you get a big pot of money for too.
Well, he's got to be in this. He'll be in this tournament coming up.
Oh yeah, he'll be in this, and he's probably the favorite. I'll tell you right now, the way he's playing, he's probably the favorite to win it. I mean, none of these tournaments are easy to win, but
one thing to add about this, I'm sure it's called the European Open. I think that's what it's called. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw on Facebook, I think it's GB9, or maybe it was Matchroom that posted it. You know how they do the knockout stages early on, and then it gets down to the last 16. Well, if you want to watch, like, I think it's Table 2, I'm pretty certain it's either going to be on YouTube or Facebook, or both, so you can watch it.
Table 2 is usually on YouTube. I don't ever usually watch on Facebook. It might be there too, but Table 2 has been on Facebook all year for Matchroom tournaments.
So you get that free, but then when it gets down to the nitty gritty, it's only on Sky. But I'll find a stream of it. Don't worry.
Oh, did they ban Gorst? That would be too bad. I mean, you know, he's a freaking broke pool player. He's not Vladimir Putin's friend or something.
He's still banned from Matchroom events. Why did he get banned?
Because he's Russian.
Oh, he's Russian. Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah. There was like 3 pretty good Russian players all coming to Derby, and he was one of them. And they had a Facebook page called Billiard Boys, and he had one drill on there. It was a draw drill that was one of the hardest drills I've ever done. I never completed it. It was with 16 balls, and I've made 14 of them. But he had a video of him doing it. It was impressive. It's a really tough drill. I don't know if it's still up, but it's called Billiard Boys, I think. And it was the Russians. You know, they all like were in a dorm room or something, kind of a situation, all living together with a pool table. And I don't know if they got money, if they were state sponsored or what. Well, there's 3 of them.
Oh, that's great.
There's 3 of them there that were doing those videos. There's another guy too, Hairpig. I don't remember his name, but I saw all 3 of them at Derby. Talked to him a little bit.
These players.
I know that Oscar knows Gorst well because I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago he posted something on Facebook. He said, "Why should I play pool? I'll just back this guy." And Federer started playing better. Well, this is going to be on the hill here. There's not too much doubt about that. This was certainly a match Tommy could have won. I mean, he's still got a chance. I shouldn't write him off yet. I mean, he's still got a chance from here. But I mean, you know, that's the thing. That's what's tough about pool when you start getting better. Is when you start playing all the better players, it just comes down to how many mistakes you make.
Yeah, Stubb missed a sitter up the rail, and that's why Tommy's back at the table to square the match. I missed that. I was too busy looking at the chat.
Oh, I did too. I thought it was still Stubb at the table.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad the guys that are watching are actually paying attention because I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I was too busy talking about Gorst.
Well,
that'll be a shame if Gorst can't play in that tournament.
Yeah, well, that's where you mix politics with sport. I mean, the Americans are the perfect example of that with the bloody Olympic crap. The Russian. I mean, that's happened. That's been happening for decades. I mean, everybody's been doing it.
Well, but you know, you got to understand. I'll tell you something about America is that you know, the media tends to be liberal, and some of the media tends to be very liberal, and the people that have had the Olympics have been NBC, which is the most liberal network. So when there were political things with Russia, I thought it was really the wrong thing to do. Bob Costas went on there in the Olympics from Russia and started, down talking the hosts, and it was. I thought it was embarrassing for the country. I mean, granted, maybe you didn't agree with what they were doing, but to be at the host company down talking them was just, it was just rude. But that's the way it is here. I mean, people think they can say whatever they want anytime they want.
Well, Tommy's.
Now, Tommy's got an interesting situation here because
he's spotted the 8.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna. This is. I don't see a whole lot going on here with that 7 ball, so I think he's just gonna tie up balls. He's just gonna make this 2, and
Well, there's a
leave the ball in the kitchen.
There's a dead set combo there for the 9. 5, 11, 9. The 9 goes with a look of it.
5, 11, 9, and then obviously 14, 4. 5, 11, 9. It's just a little tricky getting on that 6 ball, though. I mean, that's you got to go around to the other side of it because you're not going to shoot it where that 4 ball is. So,
well, he's
playing straight from the 9 to the 6.
He's maybe overcooked it. Oh, he's overcooked it big time. He would have been better to run into the 14.
You're right, he would have. And that's what I would have tried to do probably because, using a ball to slow it down. But obviously Stubb does know that cutback shot there because he fired it in like it was not a problem.
What does he do now? So he's got the combo in the 4. 11 ball is available.
Yeah, I mean, you can get to the 11. It's not the simplest, though.
Oh, where's this ball going? Oh, he's okay.
Boy, that was close, wasn't it?
That 14 could have just nipped in front of the 11 there. Oh, is he going for the big heave-ho again here, I think? Yes, he is. He's getting the spin going.
Well, that was okay because things were under control. I mean, he had to hit it hard coming off that ball with draw, but that was okay.
3-12.
So, yeah, he's going 12 first. And then 2-13 looks pretty good.
So this takes him to his 3rd cribbage.
He might come out for the 10 ball here, too. We'll see what he decides to do. I'd probably just roll this and take the 2, but if you hit this harder, you can come back out for the 8 ball or the 10 ball, either one.
Yeah, he's got to get right into the table here and give himself that choice. No, he's not.
No, he decided to go for the 2, which is fine. I mean, it's a duck, the 13 there. And then I'd probably want to draw back from the 13 and try to get on the 10 or the 8 because you got 2 balls there. Stop shot for the 14's okay, but then you're running at the side pocket. I think you should draw this back and play for the 10-8 shots. He's going to roll forward for the 5, and that's fine too. I mean, I like that better than drawing back. This one, he probably needs the stun. You can go forward on this. The only problem with it is that unless you hit it real good, you're not going to get real straight on the 10. You're going to have an angle back in the corner. And he hit it pretty damn good. I mean, but...
Well, this
isn't wonderful either.
To take him to the hill.
No, but that's all he needed was 1. Yeah.
Something went in. I'll find out in a minute what it was.
He needs 11, and it's sitting right out in the open. So, and he's got the cue ball. It's not out in the middle of the table, but the distance up and down is good. Right about that first diamond past the side pocket is a good place to be.
7-8. 14-1 into the side.
I think he's got the 2-13 too. He's got the 14 and the 1. I mean,
12-3. It's looking like game over, folks.
Unless he pooches one, this one is over. Or let me say it another way for Chico and Jose. Pero. Got to know your Spanish, you.
Well, yeah, that's beyond me, that, Steve.
Pero is dog in Spanish.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was Chihuahua.
You're a funny guy.
Yeah,
I don't really speak Spanish, but I know a few words from hanging out in the pool room, and
Yeah.
you'll hear pero.
Most of them you can't repeat, regardless whether in Spanish or not. Yeah,
Yep.
this is
This
over
is
now.
the end, Jim. You're right.
So this is got him on 3. Just a little dink.
Roll this. Yeah. He can roll this one and shoot the 5 or the 13 or the 6, really. I mean, I would imagine it'll be 5 or 13.
Yeah, he doesn't
Probably the 13.
He doesn't want to really leave himself nailed to the rail, but he just
he's going to roll forward and shoot the 5 and roll forward and shoot the 10 up table.
Now, does he roll forward and come off the rail, or just roll dead weight?
He'll just roll it, because that was a natural dead weight shot that was going to roll out about a foot and leave him perfect.
Well, Stubb got the job done. I mean, it could have went either way at the end of the day, but he scrapes through by the odd couple of racks. I don't think they done themselves any favour as far as the stats go. Let's have a quick look. Now,
well, that was a pretty good match.
We're about 3 minutes away from the main event of the evening. We haven't even checked if Machine has arrived. Where the hell's the stats again? There they are.
I don't see Machine yet. He is not in the lobby. But last time he played, I think he showed up at the last minute.
Yeah. And let's have a look at Tommy. See if we can find him. Right. Oh, goodness me, there's about 500 Tommies. I'll never find him. Oh, there he is, right at the bottom of the screen. Let's go. Right, so, break stats, 12 breaks each. Tommy had more balls in the break. He had 2 runouts, Stubb had 2, and that really is about it.
Look at the cribbage stats. I bet you Tommy's percentage-wise is less.
Yeah, he's 5% lower, but that happened mostly at the beginning of the match. Yeah, 5% in it. Right, so back to the bracket. We now know who Stubb's next opponent is. It's definitely Larry, so that's going to be fun. And LS3 is waiting on the winner of the match that's coming up between Cobra and Machine. And let's have a quick look in the lobby. We've got Cobra's there.
Cobra's there, yeah.
And Machine's going to do an Albinari. I think he did do that the last time. He just showed up at the last minute. Well, as soon as they show up, the match gets underway. I'm off for a quick snack.
Okay.
What's that? Well, we are just nudging the top of the hour, so this room's about to go up.
Yep.
This might be a short evening. Mind you, how many's in Friday Night 9-ball? Let's have a quick look.
Well, LS3 is saying 13-8 Machine. That's a pretty bold prediction. I think Machine can win, but if he wins, I don't think it's going to be 13-8. I think Cobra would have to play pretty bad to lose like that.
Right, there's 15 in Friday Night 9-ball, so they're underway. Let's have a look at the bracket for that. We've got Jose playing Bankster, Sylvia playing Christian, Larry playing Dubrovnik, Gracelake playing Mooncake, Mr. Fox is a bye, LS3's get spectred on. Well, good luck with that one. Z Karaoke, who hasn't been around for a long time, but he's finally showed up again. He's playing Travelling TT, and One Pocket Slim is playing Rabbi. So that takes care of that. And no doubt that room will have gone up for the match between Cobra and Machine. Let's just come out of that.
Yep, it is up. Cobra's in it.
And Machine has arrived. He's in the building. He's done an Elvis. He hasn't left the building. He's arrived in the building. And I'll just change my my screen to the match that was about to start. And get this thing to work. There we go. So,
well, LS3 picked Machine 13-8, which was a little on the bold side, I think. But I think Cobra's the favorite in this. I think Machine certainly could win. I think no matter what, I think it's going to be a close match.
Well, that's not a pretty lag in the left-hand side. And Cobra's lag needs to get worked on.
And he just needs to swap that trackball out.
Ah, wait a minute, I've got it. Cobra did win the lag. He's passed the break. Cobra said that. He's passed all the lags that he's won. He's passed the break to the opponent. And he's just done it there. And Machine's potted to 12, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't have a shot on the 5. He's got a billiard here. So
was it the 10?
You can play you can play the cue ball off the 14 into the 5 and make it. Unfortunately, the pocket's tight because 11's there, but that is a makeable shot.
Yeah, clip.
It's definitely a makeable shot. If that 11 wasn't there, it's actually a pretty easy shot. He may play this other thing where he tries to pot a ball, but I would definitely shoot this billiard. Because I don't think potting a ball is going to help you the way this rack is so spread out. I think you're better off playing the billiard. Now, it's real tight on that billiard. You know what? He may not have that. That 8 ball looks like it's in the way. Yeah, I don't think he's got the billiard.
Right. I'm going to leave you guys with Steve, and the camera obviously will just be like this, so you're probably saying, well, that's not bad because you keep twiddling the camera around all the time. So I'll be back in about probably no more than 10, 15 minutes at the maximum. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, Hairpig, nobody knows who Machine is, or at last I checked. Although, if you want to have some fun, just say it's semi-pro, because if Semi's around, that'll frost him. Well, you would think he's going to get out on this table, although he may need to move some balls. I mean, I think it's important to get to that 7 ball as early as he can, because, I'd be shooting this 11 and trying to get on the 7, because you got other balls that you can always play for. Well, I don't know if I would have done that. You think he's okay? But he might have just made the situation worse, because now you got the 3, the 7, and the 12 all lined up. Before you could shoot that 7 and it freed up the 12, and now all 3 of those balls are no good. I think that breakout attempt made the table worse instead of better. So I think he may have to work to get out here. 114, the 510, the 213. So he's got 3 more cribs he can get to. So maybe he can get out here without having to deal with those 3 balls. And a good thing about that situation is, if you can move the cue ball good enough to get out here without moving that 3 12, then it kind of gives you a little bit of a fallback plan if you screw up, because it's not going to be easy for a machine to get to 5 cribbages where those balls are sitting. Yeah, he's going to draw back, probably draw it straight into the 14. He could draw around it. Yeah, he did. That was the best way to do it. Well, he could play for either the 1 ball or the 2 or 13. I think he's going to play for the 1 ball here. Yep. And he didn't hit that great. Well, he may be changing his mind here and go into the 2 ball. Because this is a little bit funny. And it's that 3 ball is close enough that, you know, it makes the pocket a little tighter too. Yeah, he needs to hit this good to get by the 13, which means not too hard. You want to spin it up, but not too hard. And yep, he played it the right way. So if it was me, I'd probably play for the 1 ball here rather than the 14, which is what he's doing. So he's able to get out here. So the strategy of passing the break worked good this time.
I think Cobra thinks of the break as a disadvantage.
He does. He's been passing it. And, you know, I think if you're breaking and you're losing the cue ball, it definitely could be a disadvantage. You know, I like getting the cue ball up past the side pocket. And the second ball break, the problem with what these guys are doing is they're not putting any English on it. If you're going to second ball break, like from that side, from the left side, you need to put left English so that when the cue ball comes over the side rail, it goes back up into the middle of the table. Because you don't really want to leave the cue ball down here on the end rail.
That's true, but also the dry breaks are a big factor, and they heavily favor the non-breaker.
Well, you know, I'm not sure I agree with that. I think it depends. I mean, we've seen matches where guys have braked really well and made a lot of balls on the break, you know, making 2s and 3s. And I mean, you're going to dry break some, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, when you come up dry, it's going to favor the opponent, and when you make a ball and don't have a shot on the crib ball, it's going to favor the opponent. And when you add those up, I'm not sure the break is worth much.
There will be some dry breaks that are not going to favor the opponent for some really crappy tables, but more often than not, the table's not going to be that bad. Well, let's see what he does here. I mean, obviously the 7-6 is going to be available.
He's also on the 5-10 right now.
I think he'll shoot that. I mean, I like that 12-3, but people in VP don't like that. That's kind of a little tricky shot. I shoot that kind of shot in real life real well. But, you know, it requires real good draw control.
Oh,
Whoa.
That's not going to work out.
That was, you know, I think he was trying to cheat the pocket or something, maybe to keep the cue ball from getting too far over. And wow.
Yeah, I would have preferred to do that with some of that controlled draw that you were talking about instead of that much cheat.
Yeah.
Certainly in hindsight.
I don't like cheating pockets. I mean, I try not to ever cheat pockets. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but unless the ball's pretty close, I try not to do that because that's a good way to hang up balls.
I cheat them plenty by accident.
Yeah, well, that is liable to happen sometimes. But you know, if you miss where you're going on the pocket, on a lot of shots, it means the cue ball is not going to end up where you want it.
Yeah, very true.
Well, if he's going to shoot this 10 ball, which I like, you need to draw this pretty hard. Like I'd be trying to draw it up towards the 12 ball. I think you could hit the 12 ball and be fine. I would not be playing for windows. Now, most VPers would probably play for windows.
I'd play for the window here.
Yeah.
Hit it soft.
Me, I'd hit it and bring it up the table.
Yeah, I'd do it just like Cobra did.
But I think, you know, in VP, it's so easy to roll balls that people tend to do that.
That and, you know, being 10 feet away from your object ball, you're not going to hit it offline.
Yeah.
Unlike real life.
Well, in real life, when you start making soft strokes, they're not as reliable. You know, I roll balls real good in real life, and, you know, still, I wouldn't roll that ball just because, you know, even if you make a good stroke, you're trusting that the table is going to roll straight, which doesn't always happen.
Right.
So let's see here. What's he got? He's got a lot of options.
He's got all the options. He's a little tiny bit awkward on like all of them.
He's a lot awkward. He's a lot awkward. I mean, the 1 ball is probably the easiest shot because you can roll it, come off the 11 ball. He's going to play the shot that I like, but, you know, he underhit that. You know, see how the 12 ball went into the thin side of the pocket?
Mm-hmm.
That's because the cue ball turned over too much. You know, so he's hitting that with bottom right. So you hit that just a little harder, and the 12 ball goes into the center of the pocket, and he comes back, and he's straight in or close to straight in on the 3. That was just that's why that shot's tricky, because if you come up a little short, then that's what happens.
I think he was afraid to hit it any harder because he got pretty close to the 3 as it was. He didn't want to land like right on top of it.
Well, but that's the tendency is for that to happen, you know, but you got to kind of commit to that kind of shot, and you have to send it so that the draw stays there. Time gets 12, and the difference is very little. Like, it's not very much harder to get it there, and that's why it's a touchy shot. It's one of those real speed sensitive shots. You hit it too hard, and, you know, you can lose it, and if you hit it too soft, you lose it.
Well, treetop is not great news for him here.
Yeah, but this, you know, in real life, I'm usually making the shot. In VP, it's a lot easier. I mean, if you have to do something with a cue ball, that gets tough, but he just needs to roll this. You know, he didn't have to, like, draw the ball back or put any English on it. I would think in VP you're going to make that every time, but...
Well, he's got a tough cut on the 11 with position on the 4 here.
I think he can shoot the 4 and draw it behind the 8 and then shoot the 11.
I don't think he can see the 4 without like a lot of twirl.
Yeah, you might be right. He may not be able to see it. Of course, when you can shoot him like that, it doesn't matter.
He's got such good speed control too.
Yeah, his cue ball speed control. And that's why that shot on that 12 ball is a shot that he should hit well, because he's got real good like draw control. And I think he's just maybe not used to it, because if he wasn't putting English on it.
Look at this.
And then he pooches one right when you're thinking when you're thinking it's over, he pooches one and gives up the game. Wow.
Overcut the room rent, as Danny DiLiberto would say.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of shot that, you know, if I'm going to miss that shot, I want to miss it the way he missed it, because, you know, the tendency on that shot where you're hitting it easy is to undercut it because the ball throws more.
That's true.
And that's probably the only time you'll ever hear me say I like overcutting that ball, because in general, better players, the way they miss balls is they overcut them. So they don't usually ever want to overcut a ball.
I missed that one on both sides of the pocket in real life.
Yeah, well, it's a big surprise you missed. This should be just straight top. That's all you got to do, and it goes to the end rail.
Yep.
He didn't really hit it. Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, but that's the same sort of thing I was talking about in the last match. Is, you know, you you just don't want to come up on that side of the ball because you can go all the way to the end rail without a problem. There's no reason to come up short. Now, he wasn't hooking himself there like we saw a couple times in the last match, but
got to draw back with a little control for the spot shot after.
yeah, he's just a little bit.
He's rolling forward for the side.
He's going to roll forward for the
Smart
side
there.
Which, you know, in real life, being on the rail is a pretty big disadvantage, and not on VP.
In VP, being straight in is unmissable, regardless of whether you're on the rail or 12 feet away. Straight in is always the easiest.
Well, that was some back and forth that game. They both gave up the game. Hey, WizKid.
Got the second ball break, and he stopped his cue ball this time.
Yeah, I don't like that cue ball being there, but he's got 2 balls.
It's going to work out in this specific case.
I mean, it's a matter of percentages. That's what it comes down to. What percentage of time do you make a ball and then have a shot? And you know, if you can do that 55%, it's better than 50. So I'm just looking at it from that point of view of where you're going to get the best chance of coming up with a shot. Now, the problem with doing that also is the cue ball is going to get kicked a lot when you're that part of the table. When you're playing 8-ball, it doesn't matter as much. But even with 8-ball, if you watch guys break in real life, if they use that side break, you're going to see them put English on it.
I think Machine outthought himself again there. He was supposed to shoot that 12 first.
Yeah, that's well, this is.
I don't think this kick is even there.
Boy, trying to shoot a combo here is really tough.
Yeah.
I think he's going to try to kick at it. And let's see, can he kick the other way?
Chances between 1 and 1.5%.
Well, yeah, he could have kicked the other way, but that was hard too because you're going to have to masse it.
And Cobra could run this entire table in cribbages easily from here.
Well, he's going to have to dog it not to get out here. This is just sitting too good.
Yeah, he's got 7 cribbages staring him straight in the face.
Yeah, and imagine he'll take the 10 and 5 then.
Yep.
Do all the easy stuff. There's no reason to do anything hard.
Depending on what angle he gets on the 5, he could go then 12 and 3 in the side, or he could come down for the 13-2.
And really, the right way to play this kind of game is it's just like 8-ball. Is everything should be like stunned or rolled. You don't have to shoot a lot of draw shots or juice up the cue ball. You just want to play position where you can just roll it and get on the next ball. You know, just a little touch of English here or there. Stun shots are fine. You just don't want to be having to do anything fancy. It should look like it's a simple, and he's not ever shooting a hard shot with a table like this.
Yeah, when the balls are all in the open. Absolutely.
Let's see. He may go 11-4 here. I mean, it's sitting pretty good to do that.
I think maybe 7-8 because he can just tap the 2 in, and he's straight in on the 7.
Yeah, he may do that. I think he is going to shoot the 7.
Yeah, 7, 8, 4, 11 probably. Maybe 3. Well, probably 4.
He's sitting better to go to the 12 ball here, the 3 or the 12. That's what he's going to do. So he can roll forward and shoot it at the side, or he can draw it back. I think he may just roll forward because it's simpler. It's hard to screw up rolling forward. Drawing back, it can definitely get screwed up.
Yeah, just don't follow this into the pocket. He cheated it enough to make sure he had a little bit of end rail he could hit.
Well, there's been a lot of giving so far in this match. I mean, I don't see a whole lot of breaking and running out. What I see is breaking and giving. He's going to do the same thing here. These guys, just none of them are putting English on his cue ball, which I just don't understand it, to be honest with you. See, he lost the cue ball mainly because it got kicked. It was never going to get up to the side pocket. It got kicked and actually got in a pretty good spot, but he didn't make a ball.
Well,
So this table looks real good.
It does, yeah. There was a break and run out, but it was machine breaking and Cobra running out.
Yeah.
Rack.
I mean, he could shoot the 7-3 here, and he's right on the 12. All he has to do is stop it. He could shoot the 9-6.
The 7 could get in the way of the 12.
No, it won't. It's going to go towards the rail side of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have hit it harder than that because
anyway.
well, I would have hit it harder because it was going to go on that path to the rail. Even if he hit a little harder, it's still going below the 12. He just locked up his 13 ball unless that combo goes, which it's a little funny angle.
It's offline, but I think it can be made.
Yeah, it could be made. It's just those kind of combos are tricky because you really got to overcut it. Well, let's see here. Well, he's got himself in a funny spot here. This is not where you want to be. I think he's going to have to shoot the 6.
I don't think this is semi-pro.
No.
Semi takes care of his cue ball a little better than this.
He could shoot the combo on the 13, but the 2's not really great. He's going to shoot the 6 to the 9, and this is just a little soft draw. Oh, he way overcooked it.
Yeah, cue ball again.
And that's the tricky part about those kind of shots is, it's real easy to overcook them. That's why, you don't, that's a shot you're not stunning or rolling. And as soon as you start doing that, it gets tricky and the game's not so simple anymore. Bump. Well, that was a nice little bump. I'm not sure
back out.
The 2 ball is not a good spot.
Yeah, it really doesn't go past 5, so.
Oh, he's got trouble here. This is none of these shots are guaranteed, but he should make this 8 ball. Yeah, no trouble.
The 4 and 11 are mostly in the open here.
Yeah, I would be if I was going to shoot at him, I'd play position on both of them.
Yeah.
Getting to the 4 ball is the tricky part. And he didn't get there. Let's see. Can he roll forward? This is tough because he can't roll forward on this 11. He doesn't have the angle to do it.
No, the 4 goes past the 1 if he sends his cue ball 2 or 3 rails all the way up to the top rail.
Yeah, and that's one of those shots that's not as simple a shot.
It's not simple, but I don't really see what else he has.
Yeah, he's looking to draw off the side rail, which I don't really like. I know he's going forward. This isn't a really difficult shot. It's just, it can be screwed up like that. And he's going to get lucky.
Yeah, he did. That's not how you play position on this ball?
Well, I have played position like that before, but on that kind of shot, I'd say I'm on that ball at least 9 out of 10 times in real life. Never in VP. Never hear me talk about stuff. It's not in VP. Well, that was a nice shot. He didn't really come out of it very good, but that was a he just had a little too much speed. So this is kind of a weird shot because
it's pretty rough.
You're almost better off trying to draw this into the 15, but it's because like that.
Wow. That was well done.
Because that,
Oh, no.
you know, otherwise it was going to be tough to control the speed. I think that was the right way to play it.
Oh, why was I thinking he was on the 2 next? I don't know.
Yeah.
He was on
Yeah,
the
that
other
was a really nice shot he played on the 5 ball, because that was, I think, the only way he was going to guarantee himself the 10, and you know, the only thing that could go wrong is the 15 ball getting in the way. Okay, see how that one came back up? See where he got the cue ball? He put English on that because it hit the side rail and came up, I think. Yeah, he must have put some English on that. Either that or he clipped the balls how it got it, because that was yeah, that's what you want to have happen, is get the cue ball up to at least in there. I think with the side break, it's hard to get it above the side pocket, and if you doing that, you're risking scratching more. But if you get it above the rack, then it's not going to get kicked so much. He's, you know, after he makes his crib ball, he's been leaving himself in funny spots every game. He's doing this. I mean, this is pretty much no good.
He can cross side the 8, and no, he probably doesn't have enough angle to actually get around for the 7, does he?
Well, the problem is all the balls he's got in the way. I mean, the 12 is in the way, the 5 is in the way. I mean, he may shoot the 4 ball.
Draw for the 3 on the side. That's nice.
Yeah. He played that very well.
It was really nice.
But you know, he shouldn't have to have that with all the balls on the table like this. You know, he shouldn't put himself in those spots.
Yeah,
I think he's got to think a little better.
He cut that 2 in. He just kind of let go of the cue ball. See, in that one, if he had just dropped that into the pocket, then he'd be on the 6 down the rail.
And if you're going to play for the 11, you needed to be on the other side. He's on the wrong side of this. If he's on the other side of it, he can roll forward. He's going to try to go around it off the end rail, which is doable. And he hit it well. I mean, you know, he plays pretty good position and stuff, or at least he hits a cue ball pretty good, but he's putting himself in funny places a lot.
Yeah, I think some of the thought processes are a little bit suspect.
Yeah, the speed's a little off. Some of the strategy's a little off. Just, you know, it looks pretty good, but it's not. You know, he's not making it easy on himself.
I'm back.
Hi, Hugh.
Good evening.
Did you have a good tube steak?
You know what I actually had? I didn't have any buns, so I just ate the hot dogs.
Still a tube steak, whether it's in a bun or not.
So I ate 3 of them, and then I thought I'll just eat the other 2 and finish the pack. So I ate 5 of them, and that'll sustain me for the rest of the night.
You ate 5 tube steaks?
Yes.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of sodium nitrate.
That's only 5, Steve. If there was 10, I would have ate them as well.
I see. You only had 5.
Yeah, I've had nothing to eat. I've had nothing to eat since what time? When did I get in? Yeah, 2 of them.
Recommended daily allowance of cow hooves.
Yeah, this is Scotland you're talking about, the worst diet in the world.
Oh no, you guys don't eat Spam, do you?
Spam? Yes, we've got Spam.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you are in the category for the running for that.
We are.
The Hawaiians eat lots of Spam.
Yeah, we've got the worst. We're renowned for having the worst diet in the world.
The Hawaiians eat Spam sushi, and it's hard to get more disgusting than that.
Call it musubi.
Well,
15-8 to Cobra, according to Albinario.
15-9, he says.
15-9, I can't even read my own chat.
I think it's going to be closer than that, but I mean, Cobra is definitely the favorite in this. Let's see what he plays here. I mean, This is a tough situation because I think he can make a 2-railer on the 9-ball up in the corner. It's tight. The 7-ball is a little tight there. Yeah, maybe he can't make it. It's going to open up. That 7-ball's in the way to make the 2-railer. I don't see any banks on it. Well, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there. It was creative, but it didn't work.
There was a heavy dose of hope involved, I think.
Steve, do you want to brief any of these guys on what you had planned tomorrow night?
What's tomorrow night?
Well, I thought tomorrow night was league night.
Well, no. League hasn't started yet. Yeah, that league setup, well, it hasn't got active for signups, and it wasn't starting till like end of August.
Oh, August, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was. I thought you
actually do it beginning of September. Gotta have time for people to get signed up. I've had like, well, I've got to get my. Let me check it again. I've had like no feedback. I sent out a message to a bunch of players, and I got 0 feedback. I mean, what I was really looking for, besides reviewing the page, was just what nights they wanted to play. Okay, I got one response. Fuzzy Dunlop responded. 19 GMT Saturday. He said, he likes that.
Yeah, I thought you had planned to do something tomorrow.
And he said, format, as you said, isn't a big deal. I think this is a good perfect starting point. I imagine it will be a learning process and time can be fine-tuned. Yep, that's pretty much how I think, too. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I've got races to 7. We could go races to 9. Right now, with the format, you're only going to play 3 games every night. So, I mean, it just depends how long is three races to 7 going to take? An hour and a half? 3 races to 9, maybe 2 hours. So it's a question of how long people want to play for, and I don't know the answer to that. You guys would know better than me.
Well, Friday night 9-ball is 3.5 hours minimum every week.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should make it races to 9 then. We could even go races to 11. I mean, basically, the way the format is, you're going to play 3 matches.
Well, I would say 7, 9 at a push.
Yeah, I'll change it to 9 because
I didn't get a message either, Sylvia.
You didn't get a message?
No. Let me have a look.
I wonder if there's a problem sending messages to that many people.
Hang on.
Let's see. I sent a message, Sylvia, 9ball.com, Whit, Redback, DJ Simon, 21, Traveling TT, Semi-Pro, Chimpy, Fuzzy Dunlop, Brainfill, Hazard, and Larry. And only Fuzzy Dunlop responded.
Well, I can confirm I've got no messages come in.
That's interesting. I'm going to have to take a look at that. Maybe there's a problem with sending messages to a bunch of people at once. I did it before, it wasn't quite this many, but it was at least 6 or 7.
I'm sure I sent as many as that.
All right. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change this.
Well, maybe that's why I didn't get a lot of responses, because I sent about 7 invites out at the one time when we did the first league.
Yeah. Let me change this to 9, because I think 9 is going to be better. I mean, for 3 matches. Boy, that's... Sylvia, did you get the message I sent you about the captain's guide?
I never get that either.
I only sent it to Sylvia. I didn't want to strain you. You've got a lot on your plate right now.
Well, I did have a lot on my plate, but it's all gone. Sylvia never got that either. There's something funny going on.
What the heck is going on?
And we've got all our, but I mean, I've got all the boxes checked, so I would get anything that's been sent to me.
Well, and that one was only to Sylvia. It was just a single person, so there's something weird going on. I'm gonna have to take a look at things because I've never had problems with messaging before.
Yeah, you broke it now as well. I mean, unbelievable.
Oh boy.
So where are we? 3 racks all. Cobra breaking, couple of balls and break at least, I think. Oh, goodness me, 3 balls.
I'm going to post this link in the chat.
Well, post it in the or send a PM to me so I can open it.
You can't open it out of the chat?
No, because I've only got my second monitor on watching the chat.
I'm going to break the rules and PM you during a tournament.
Yeah, well, that's fine. As long as you don't say I love you and you want to have my babies and all of that stuff and embarrass me, you know. Right, let's have a look.
Well, I doubt I'm going to say I'm going to have your babies. That's probably the last that I would ever say to you.
Right, Saturday's at 7 p.m. Friday, August the 26th, is 11 p.m. is the sign-up deadline.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of making that a week later. You know what? I'm going to do that right now because I want to make sure we have enough time to sign up, and I want to make sure I'm back from holiday. So let's go to Friday the 2nd of September. Yeah. All right. So I moved that back a week.
3-player teams with up to 2 reserves.
Yeah, I think everybody needs a reserve at a minimum, and it just depends on who's on your team. You know, that's the thing about being a captain is you've really got to spend time communicating with your players, making sure you know who's going to be there, and you know, and when you're setting a team up, you know, there may be people that travel on business or can't always make it, and you know, if you have a couple like that, you better have 2 reserves. Now, I may change things in the future where you could maybe sub out players after league has started, but right now you can't even sub anybody once the league night has started. So if you have a lineup set and the league night starts and you have a player who doesn't show up, they're going to forfeit all their matches. If I do change it to allow you to sub somebody, you're still going to lose the match for the at least the first match that they're playing. So it's important to be able to communicate with your players and understand what's going on.
Yeah, well, at the moment, the communication process then is a bit up in the air because we're not sure that the messaging system's functioning properly. So we need to wait until you have a look at that. See what the issue might be.
You know what, Sylvia? I've already put it up. It's if you go to a support page at the bottom of the VP4 facts, there's a league captain's guide. And it's fairly extensive just because, you know, I don't think that dialogue is really that tricky and stuff, but, you know, there's some things that, you know, may not be obvious. So I tried to do a really good write-up on it so that you can understand how the league works, how payouts are done, you know, how you create a team. Tries to give you some hints on how to run the team the right way. But I think being a communicator is really the most important thing, that you communicate with your team. You know what they're thinking, you know, they know what you're thinking, and you know who's showing up for the matches. So in the meantime, we've got a pretty tight match here.
Yeah, I think I'll read that some other day. There's too much to be reading here for me.
Oh no, that is not a short read.
Yeah, I mean, goodness me.
No, I tried to make it complete so that, I mean, you can skim through it. I kind of did a format of a FAQ at the beginning, and then it's got kind of more of a formal manual. Because a lot of stuff is not obvious that the captain needs to be aware of.
Have you looked at that bug yet that you've got in the display on the league, Steve? You know, the one where you have to be an external browser for the league thing to work properly. That sort of bug pop-up thing. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I'm not sure I've seen that. Let me see here.
Yeah, the one where I'm trying to remember what it is you do. It's
it was the league manager, I think, there was a problem with it. At least at the resolution you're at. That may be fixed. If you need to try that, you can let me know.
Yeah. So 3 all in cribbages, 3 all in racks, and we're going for the breakout. And that's perfect.
Oh, that was nice. You couldn't hit those better.
Yeah, well, it's looking like Cobra is going to win this. This is pretty straightforward.
I take it it's just been tit for tat as far as racks go.
They've been
gifting.
Close,
They've been gifting back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been stellar play from either one of them.
Yeah, well, it won't be in the schedule, Sylvia, because Steve's only created it, has he not? It was only in created form, so it won't show in the schedule of the calendar.
Yeah, until it goes to announced, and I was waiting for feedback before I did that.
Right, I think that was a 15, and the 12 and 6 might have gone in as well.
There's created, then there's announced, which once it's announced, you can see it as signups. And also, if there's something, it could go into the news too, depending on whether or not it was set up that way to publish to the news. And then when it's in sign-up state, then you can sign up.
Right, so the 2 went in, the 6 went in, and the 12 went in. So the 3's available.
The 9 just barely goes also.
Yeah, the 9 and the 9 and the 3 and the 13 all go.
Yeah, 13 at least sneaks in off the rail.
Yeah, there's room to get that 9 pass, but again, you want to be good on the 9 for it to be comfortable.
Well, this is a little funny here because ideally you'd want to roll it at the 13, but that's going to be tricky to get on the 9 ball. You're going to have to hit this a little bit of speed and bump the 9 ball if you want to shoot the 9 ball next. I don't think so. Now, is he able to hold it up? Oh, yeah. He was. Okay.
Got good on it.
I guess that's something a little different than I thought. Because he was able to just roll it and he's straight in on it. Yeah, this is looking like another win for Cobra. Albin has predicted
13-8. 15-8, yeah.
Oh, 15-9.
15-9.
Which, I mean, that's still alive here.
Didn't get on the 8, so he's going to have to
go for
14.
He's not happy. Well, I like 10-5 a lot better than 14-1. If he's going to shoot the 14 ball, that's tricky because you're going to run into the 5 if you hit it with any speed at all. So then you'd have to go 2 rails inside right and 2 rails if you're going to shoot the 14.
I think he might just jack it.
Gosh. Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. It's that was a tricky shot.
I'm surprised he didn't just jack up and stun in the gap and come out and leave the long.
Yeah, that might have been a better play.
The longer shot.
Well,
I'm surprised he didn't do it.
He was doing.
I probably would have shot at the 10 ball because you know, getting on the 5 ball wasn't that tough. I
He
thought that
also
was
could have shot
easier.
the 7, and I think would have had a chance to spin the 8 in after.
Well, you did jinx him earlier in the rack there by saying Cobra should be out. So,
Now he's just going to stack some balls up.
yeah, Machine's got 10 and 5 now. This is all going to hinge on this one shot here because
Well, this is an easy situation. You just
Get
make the
that.
10 and leave yourself some angle on the 5 and
Yeah.
break those balls out. I mean, it's an easy breakout. And he left it.
Only
so
issue might be that the 4 is your insurance ball and the 11 is tied up. So
yeah, I mean, chance of not coming up on a shot on the 7 to 14 is pretty low. Yeah, he didn't hit it very hard. Well, he didn't hit it hard enough. I mean, you can't slow roll that shot. You got to hit it with some speed.
Yeah, that's where you need the stub technique there to get them broken up.
Well, it doesn't have to be stubs. It doesn't have to be stub speed, but you know, he wanted to hit it harder than that, and that's the problem with having to do something. He way overhit that.
Yeah, that one went 3 feet further
Well,
than you wanted.
believe it or not, this it is possible to bank this 14, but it's a little bit of a tricky shot.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Where's he banking this? Back into the corner pocket where we are?
Well, you could bank this back into the corner because you could get a lot of spin on this off that 7 ball, you know, left English and play it off the 7, and you can get it to come back. Well, see, he didn't put any spin on it. You could have made that ball, but you had to put left English on that to get the 14 to open up more.
And that Cobra will play from here, I think. Get the 14 and 1.
What ball's that up there? Is that the 8 ball that's up there? No, that's the 4. The 8 ball's behind the 11. Right, 8 ball. How accessible is the 8 ball? Well, you can get to the 8 ball. You've got to be sort of there where the donut is.
LS3 is saying the guy's got the angry Q wiggle. I don't notice that. A lot of people like to do the angry Q wiggle. I know Cobra does it. I know Albin does it.
Semi does it a lot too.
Yeah, Semi does it a lot.
Right. So this has got to be at least to here, or he won't be able to get enough of this 8 ball.
Oh, this is not a hard combo on the 8. I don't think he's. He's gonna go back for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine too. I mean, he had a good angle to do that. That was a shot that'd be hard to screw up.
So we've got a 2-rack gap.
Yeah, let's see if what he does here. Yeah, this does have no English on it.
And
it got kicked up a little. So.
Two ball goes in.
He's
and
right on the 13.
He's plumbing the 13 down the rail.
Yeah, sometimes things just go your way. This rack's a little bit of a mess, but I think it's doable. I mean, the 12-3 certainly is. The 14-1 certainly is.
And the 8 and 7 will be right
8
on
and
the
7
open.
are, yeah.
All 3 are gone.
And then maybe it gets a little tougher. I mean, the 1 ball is a little tricky because it doesn't go, the area you have to get the ball is pretty small. And the easiest area has a 14 in the way, although the 114 combo is an option. Let's see what he decides to do here.
Looks as if he's playing. No, I think he's just still contemplating what he's going to do.
Well, you could shoot the 3 and run into the 1. And maybe try to get the 1 ball out of there. He's going to go the other way. Which
put the 7 in a tougher spot doing that, though.
Yeah, he just made the table worse instead of better. So, and he's straight in on the 3. He could probably stun over to the 1, but he's going to have to hit it real hard. Is a 5-ball shootable? I think the 5-ball is shootable. It's close. You can definitely play the carom with the billiard off the 11. So that 14 ball, it doesn't go by, does it? Well, he tried to move him. Well, I think he's probably going to be shooting the 14 here. It is possible to get on the 1 ball. This is a little tricky, though, because, yeah, this is really tricky. If you take it up table past the 15, you're going to have to spin a lot, and that spin is going to kill the cue ball and keep it from opening up off the end rail. This is a very tricky shot.
I still like despite what you said, I prefer the 14 to 1 from here. Zigzag back up above the 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is a 14 to 1.
Yeah, but he shot the 8.
Yeah, that was going to be a rough go no matter what.
Well, I'm assuming he played to pot the 8 and get on the 7.
Yeah, he tried. He was trying to leave himself a tough cut on the 7.
The only good thing about shooting that 7 ball like that is that you're gonna break balls up. So there was one really good, that was a shot that potentially could have been a game winner.
He ended up mostly safe here, so unless
the
114
you can play the 114. If you hit this wrong, the 1 ball's on the end rail. He could shoot the 7 here.
He's playing the 1 in the side. Look at this. That was tricky.
Yeah. The problem with that is now he's given up the table because you're going to be able to get a lot of speed on this 14 ball and really get into those balls. Let's see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, that's a shot he's got to play. I don't think he's got many other options looking at the lay of the land up the top end.
Yeah, well, going forward's a possibility. If you're going to go backwards, you really want to come all the way off the end rail like that. Yep. Because that gives you an angle. You need an angle to get on those balls. That was a well-played shot there. So he probably wants to hit the 5 ball here on the top side. Yeah, he hit the 4 ball first. That's okay. That did split him.
Yeah, that'll work. So 11 for...
Boy.
I
would consider shooting the 4 here and then the 11 because then you can get into more balls. Because the 9-6 goes, but I think if he shoots the 11, the 11,
you're running
needs
into
to play for an angle where he can come down for the 9. And that's, I think, what he's going to do. He's going to get up above the 4 a little and then come down and shoot the 9. He may have got a little too far above. That's a little bit thin. I think he's still okay. Yeah, he doesn't like how far up he got. Because he wanted to just be able to kind of stun this over and shoot the 9. And now he's tough. 9-6 was pretty easy. This is still doable because you can just make the 9 and bump the 5-7 and just shoot the length of the table on the 6. I mean, it's still okay. Oh boy! Or you could just miss.
Yeah, that'll solve it.
I'm not sure what he was playing.
Well, he's certainly not got in the 9.
I think he was playing for the 7 because the 8's out in the open, and he did hit that window.
He really blew that, getting that high on the 4 ball. He just wanted to be a little above it so you could roll it.
Yeah.
So he's given up. This game's not over yet. This table is not that easy. He's already funny. He wanted to be straight in on this 4, and now he's funny on it.
Well, and sometimes when there are a few balls tied up, being the one who gets the first few cribbages, there's sort of enough open balls for Cobra to work with, but not enough for Machine to work with at this point. So
he shot the right shot. He got higher than he wanted to on it. Yeah, you got to realize you're going to get English on the ball. Now this, you don't want to, you got to make sure you come up with a shot. And he did.
He did, but I don't know where the next one's coming from.
Well, he can probably shoot the 10. He's going to rub the 10 ball. You got to make sure you don't scratch her.
5 doesn't go, though.
It's a 5 ball no go? Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. It's no good.
He might have enough angle to force the cue ball in between the 5 and 7 here.
Yeah, he can hit the 7 ball with this. With a trick, if you're going to shoot the 10, is you got to hit it with a lot of top and not hit it too hard, and you can get it to run into that 7 ball.
He went for the bank instead.
Which wasn't a terrible idea. I mean,
well,
that was probably a more reliable shot if you can make it. But now he's giving up the game.
7-8.
Yeah, this 7 ball is just a follow with right English, go to rails.
Does he clip the 5? If he clips
the 5,
he'll
get a little 5
forward.
No, he'll be fine. But you got to put right English on it.
He's coming back the way now to run into the 5 and cut that.
Yeah, I would be going. I would be going forward on this every time. Well, I mean, he can get there. It's just, it's kind of an indeterminate shot because it's hard to exactly know where the cue ball's going.
Yeah, I guess he was figuring he was either going to have the corner or the side here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a shot you just draw it into the side rail and then shoot the 10. Or if you come out enough, you could shoot the 5, but he's just going to shoot the 10, yep. Got himself a little funny here. On this kind of shot, I'd go forward. He's coming back.
Go forward in real life. I'd just pound it back.
Oh, this is comfortable. There's loads of room.
Yeah, there's no problem either way.
Well, it's going to be 3 now. Let's see what Machine's made of. Of course, he needs the usual. He needs a bit of help.
Yeah, he's I don't understand why Cobra's not putting a little English on this ball. Well, he almost scratched. He got lucky.
That cue ball would have went there if I hadn't run into that other ball.
Well, that's the problem with not putting English on it. He might have clipped the head ball too.
And it's dry. So Machine can, I think the most obvious one's the 8 and just come back for the 7, tuck it away. Now, what else has he got?
Yeah, well, I mean, that 15 ball is a problem ball.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Everything up there. I mean, the 10, the 1, the 9, and the 11 are all blocked by it.
Big problem, that.
Well, he moved it, so he'd open up the 9 and the 11. So that was actually a very good shot.
I think the 11 was already open, but yeah.
Yeah, the more balls you can get to shoot at, the better.
12-3 is obvious.
12-3, 6-9.
Now, the 15's the 15's the worst blocker in this game because you can't combo it in.
I mean, that's true, but in this case, what it's blocking is the 1 and the 10, and the 14 and 5 are tied up anyway.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, I mean, again, I don't know whether everybody was clear, because I certainly wasn't clear on it. But earlier on in the stub match, I can't remember who was at the table, but they potted a ball, but they also potted the 15 during their visit, and the 15 went in. They carried on with their cribbage, and the 15 was respotted. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the 15's always going to spot if it goes in and it's not.
Oh dear!
Actually,
oh no.
The 15's always going to spot. Period. I mean, there's no time when the 15 isn't going to spot unless you're making it, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah, but you see, I was thinking that if you potted the 15 before it's meant to be potted, I thought it was a foul when you gave up the table, but it's not.
No, it's not.
So bad miss there by Machine, and again, he did the same thing that we saw earlier on, where there's that ball is just slightly blocking the pocket. It gets in your way, in your head, when you just overcut and you catch the edge of it. And well, he had a chance. So this has got to find a little gap. No, he's not even doing it. He's leaving the bed head cut.
Play for the middle of the table, which is never a bad place to be.
So
Plus the ball's frozen in the middle of the end rail.
I think he's going to bump the 13 here, though, so he's got to.
Yeah, he'll hit the 13.
Careful.
But there's no scratch here, so, I mean, unless he blasts it.
Yeah, if he plays it soft enough, he should be on the 13 or the 2.
If he plays it soft, he could even get to the right side of it, but the Speedy's going to play it. Yeah. He
or
didn't hit it
just
real
miss
hard.
it
He could
with
just
the
miss
two
it.
well,
These,
I think
wow.
these virtual balls don't want to cut when you hit them soft.
I don't know why. And
Well,
Cobra,
neither do the real life ones.
well, you see, Cobra's one of the better players at moving the cue ball. Now, he had a foot gap there, more than a foot, 16-inch gap to get that cue ball on that ball rather than leaving the bedhead cut.
Well, I'll tell you the mistake people make with that sort of shot is that, you know, unless you're trying to really kill the cue ball, when you hit the side of the ball like that, you know, you want to put inside English on it to get the cue ball to run. If you don't put inside on it, it's going to die pretty quick. Now, that's fine when you want that situation, but, you know, most of the time with that kind of shot, you want the ball to run some. So you're typically going to put a little inside on it just to get it to run off that ball.
So that's freed up the 14 and the 5. But of course, the other vital balls are all tied up, more or less.
Well, I mean, he needs to hit the 6 ball here, and he didn't. So he's going to have to bank this 11. Now, this ball does go.
Been a surprising amount of these racks
Actually,
in this match.
It doesn't go. The 5's in the way.
The racks where one player has a winning opportunity and they give it away and the other one gives it back.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect as many with these players, I think, as we're seeing.
That wasn't a real good cue ball there, and, you know, see, he may not have realized that 11 ball would have banked if the 5 wasn't in the way. And this is where you got to be careful because, you know, those balls bank. Like the 4 ball will bank. The 6 ball will bank. You know, the 4 ball's not really any good because 11's in the rack with it.
Now, what's Cobra doing here?
I got no idea.
I think he's going to keep putting balls on the spot. Get everything up in a line.
Well, I think he tried to play back for potentially getting a shot. You know, I think he was trying to hit the 1 ball there and come up with a shot, which wasn't a bad play. So now you can just roll this up near the 10 ball.
He could have banked that out of pocket.
Yeah, I mean, but
didn't want to risk opening
these guys.
up
Most of these guys don't like banks.
That's true, and you don't want to risk opening up the 4 on the spot.
Well,
it's real easy to sell them all out.
I'd be getting rid of the 15 ball. Well, mind you, he's took ball in hand, hasn't he? Well, he can't do that now, can he? That's a foul as well.
It's a foul, but
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Well, that opens up that pocket now, so any of those 2 balls or whatever else is obviously can go in there now. So it's whoever makes the wrong move at the wrong time here.
Really, fouls don't matter in this game other than getting 3 fouled. That's the one time it can really matter.
Well, is Machine on 2 now?
I don't know. One thing is spectators, we don't have that display. He might be.
Yeah.
But he'll get the display if he is. It says he's on 2. Now, this is no good to make this and break him out because of where the 10 is. So I would imagine he's just going to... he's just going to... If he was on 2, he's not anymore.
Well, this is going to take a while to resolve itself. Unless somebody grabs the bull with the horns and does take a stub chance.
I think 15 cuts in from here. Not that it helps anybody.
Yeah, you're right. Well,
that just blocks the pocket.
Yeah, that's not productive at all. I mean,
the 6 ball banks, but it doesn't do you any good. I think you want to just keep lining them up here. I'd make the 1, send a cue up top, and Because the more balls you line up here, eventually somebody's going to start shooting them. And right now, you can put the 1 out there, and even if the guy makes it, that 14's no good. So I think at this strategy, you want to make balls and line them up.
Yep, just get them lined up. Then of course you've not got any other option other than start moving the balls.
I think whoever moves the 1 out from the path of the 10 might be at a disadvantage because the other player could play a breakout using the 5 and hope to cut the 10 up the rail at that point.
That was a well-played shot there. Because not only did not give up a shot on the 6, but, you know, I mean, you can bank the 5 here if you want. I mean, it's not a real difficult bank. It's just, you know, you're not going to get an easy shot on the 10 then.
Well, and now the 6 is also a breakout threat. If you leave a shot on it to open up the lineup, then, you know, you might get a shot on the 9.
That was a good shot Machine played, spreading that 6 out and not giving it up. I was actually thinking hit the 15 to the rail and run into the 14 and kind of jostle them, but...
Now the 6 will be on the rail next to the 10 in a minute.
Yeah,
Cue ball's gone. Again, it makes no difference, really.
It doesn't yet, but all of a sudden it's going to.
Well, there's absolutely no advantage in potting that 5. That 14, I think will go. Although obviously the 1 is on the rail here. Let's have another look at this 14.
Now Cobra can't give up ball in hand behind the line because he will use that 6 to open up the lineup.
Right, well, while they're messing about here, I'm going to have a quick look at Friday Night 9 Ball and see what's happening in it. Let's have a look. Where are we?
That's more of the shot I was thinking about last time, was bumping that 15 and running into the stack because it separates balls. See, now you're pinned on the back of this. You just separated the 9 and 11 where they both go.
They do both go, yeah.
I mean, that was a good shot. That's what you want to do is that's like a 1 pocket kind of shot where you're trapping a guy, where you put him in a bad spot.
Mm-hmm. Cobra managed to tie those back up on that shot.
And he managed to get out of it, but
kind of like the straight pool safeties too, where, you know, if you can graze the balls and not open anything up, that's one thing. But if you can develop threats and hide the guy from them, that's a stronger.
Yeah, this is actually a tricky little shot here. I mean, this is not an easy shot. And that could cost him.
That's surely going to be an error of some sort, right?
Yeah, you know, it's still sitting pretty tough. I mean, the 4 and 11 go. I think that's what he's going to shoot at. And then the 9 and the 6 go. He's got at least 2 cribs here, and this is just a ball in hand, natural, roll the ball up shot. Oh, he underhit it. Oh.
He's still on it. But
yeah, but the
9
problem is he's gonna move the 9. I mean, he wanted to be straight on so he could just stun it back, shoot the 6, and then the 9. Now all of a sudden it's not good.
Well, he's still good.
Come up with the shot.
Still goes.
That was a good play there. I'd shoot the 9 first, I think. He's looking at 6 first.
Well, I think if he takes the 9 and gets a good angle on the 6, he can.
Yeah, the problem is you can always get to the 5. That 10 ball sitting in a really crappy spot. Not only is it close to the pocket, but it's frozen to the rail.
Well, if he gets the right angle on the 6 to follow the cue ball into the 1, then
I mean, that 10 is like dead ass frozen.
Yep, it's locked up.
So he really he wants to hit the 1 and not leave any angle, but he didn't get the angle to hit the 1. So
yeah, I mean he's.
See, the thing
He
is,
could go 14-1. The one is off the rail a little.
see if he got where the donut is, he could have pushed that 6 in, hit the 15, and probably get the cue ball running into the 10.
Yeah, he's going to play for this 1 ball, and it's a reasonable shot on the 1 because it's off the rail. It will cut up the rail.
just come back out to the middle of the table, past the 5 here.
Yeah, he just hit this with right English. He didn't hit it with much English. He just kind of tapped with. That's perfect. That's where you want to be. This isn't. I mean, it's missable, but it's not a hard shot. You want to hit this with a little bit of left English so you can throw the ball. You know, this is definitely a ball you want to cancel the throw out that you've got from this angle. So you want to hit this with left, and he's not doing that, which makes it a lot harder.
Well, just preempting what's going to happen in a minute. See this 10 ball? He doesn't want to be playing it from the top side and playing this 10 ball past the side pocket, because sure as anything it's going to catch the knuckle. It's nailed to the rail.
He's in a terrible spot here because the cue ball is going to hit the 15, and he's up on the rail here. If he hits it hard, he could scratch. I mean, this is... he managed to get it by, but he missed the ball in trying to do that.
Well, he's still not lost the rack yet, because this is horrible. And, you play this past this side pocket, it's odds on to catch the knuckle.
It will go by, but it's a tough shot.
Well, he's played it well.
Just like that.
Hit it perfect.
And that's the way you want to hit it. You do not want to baby that ball. That's the speed you want to hit this ball. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. I mean, that's a lot harder than it looked.
Oh, that was horrible, that 10 ball. I would have hated that shot. But it couldn't have went any sweeter.
That was a fantastic shot. And he needed it because, he's down 6-3. Now it's 6-4 with him breaking. See if he can come up with something here. Now, I don't like breaking from this spot at all, unless you're hitting the head ball. He's going second ball, and I would rather see it be over further.
Cobra liked it where it was.
Well, I mean, he's getting the ball to come back up the table from that spot, but I think it's just a lot easier to hit the second ball clean from, further over towards the rail. I mean, that's a very unusual break. I mean, in real life, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody break from that spot on the second or third ball.
Well, it's whatever way you look at it, it's the worst possible outcome again. It's the table's at Cobra's mercy, and he's a pretty good expert at doing things like this. When the way these balls are sitting, he can pick his way through them.
Yeah, I mean, the 12 and the 3 are close together. 11-4 is a little tricky.
I mean, I bet if we all try, we can jinx him hard enough to mess this up.
Yeah,
I don't think Cobra's failed to run out from here since his 13th birthday.
Yeah, it's not likely he's going to mess this up, but we've seen it happen.
I mean, the obvious sort of little tricky bit is down in this bottom rail here, where the 3 balls are, but they all can be got at one way or another. Yeah,
well, the fact that the 12 ball and 3 ball are close together makes that situation not so bad, because you can shoot the 12 or the 3, either one, and easily get on the other. He's going to shoot the 8, of course, here, and the 5-10's out in the open too. I mean, a little back and forth, but it's...
After the 5-10, you get the 12-6-11 little complex there. Makes things...
Now, who's that in the chat? Patrick Swayze
on D-ball.
Who the hell is that? That's the first time I've seen it. I don't remember that name.
Clearly,
maybe he's been in the stream before.
Well, he's got himself funny here. He's okay here. You roll the 10 up, shoot the 5, and then hopefully he can get on the Oh, I'm sorry.
He's gotta
Not
shoot
the 10.
13
He's got to
first.
shoot the 13 first. My bad.
Is he gonna hit the 6 here?
Not if he hits it easy.
Well,
But he didn't hit it easy. Yeah,
it's
the only way to
not
avoid
gonna be bad though. The 312 is sitting pretty.
the only way to avoid that 6 was to hit it easy. Now I like this kind of 3-ball shot. This is just 3-ball with a lot of left English and hit it soft. He may not like that. That's a shot I'd shoot.
I think he will end up slow rolling the 3 here, with or without left.
Yeah. In real life, I'd definitely be hitting this with left. This kind of dink on VP, you can get away with it. He didn't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You need one more cribbage, so that's the
He's going to be in 4 then 5-10, so game over in this rack.
Yeah, play for the 5-10. If you screw up, you still got the 4. Unless you pin yourself on the 15. Okay, let's see if he goes forward or back. The problem with forward is that 4-ball.
And the problem with back is the 6 or 15.
You could hit this hard with just straight draw and pull it back off the end rail. Go side rail, end rail. He got the thing to open up a lot.
Under the 15. I didn't think he was doing that.
He hit that well. Yeah, he forced it over, hit it well.
I wonder who won the last rack decider in the Larry match, the one lost side. Quick look. Well, Mr. Fox won it. LS3 still in it. She's in the one lost side. She's 3-2 up against Grace Late. And that was dry.
No, he made
he got a ball. 3-ball gone. Yeah.
And he's got a shot, and the table looks wonderful. So, he's probably going to run out here too.
You can't really help but be on the 6 after this 12.
Yeah, I mean this is just roll it. I'd roll it with left, but that helps kill the ball too. He's going to go back and forth maybe.
Nah, it's easy enough to kill it in virtual land here.
In virtual land, you shoot that shot. In real life, you go back and forth.
Yeah.
But 6-9. He's got 11, 4, 7, 8. I mean, this table looks great.
Yeah, 11 needs to go. Get rid of it because that opens up the 8.
The only cribbages that don't look wonderful are the 14-1 and the 5-10. The rest of them are pretty doable.
Steve, I think you might need to kill Stub.
I would deal with the chat.
I didn't see that. Freaking Stub. He's got to come in and start doing that stuff.
He's the only one who really does it.
Yeah, well, he didn't leave before I muted him. He knew it was coming. He must be in the stream too. Still listening in the stream. Knew he was going to get muted.
Well, Cobra's playing at a steady pace, taking his time. This is called numpty preventiveness or something like that.
He's always 14 that full.
Yeah, this is no good.
Yeah.
This is really no good.
No.
8-11 combo if he can't twirl the 11 in.
No sooner have I opened my mouth and he's done that.
Well, he can. Well, God, he probably can't shoot the 2 balls.
I think he's trying to just squeeze. I think this goes. He can get it.
He's trying to twirl this 11 ball in.
Yep, that's no problem.
Ooh. Yeah.
He had to shoot that ball. That's the one he was on. I'm too busy muting Stub. Well, he's probably going to shoot the 13 and the 2 because the 7-8 doesn't look so wonderful.
Yeah, he can just stop there on the 13.
Yeah.
He's out of trouble.
Well, the problem with the 13 is he's straight, so he's going to be reasonably close to the rail. What's he on? He's in 3. This is his 4th cribbage, and then he'll probably just finish up top for the 8 ball.
Yeah, 8 next.
And again, it's all about the angle on the 8 to make his life simple to get in the 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to get a good angle with this kind of shot.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You can just...
That's about the worst you're going to come up with. You go forward 2 rails here.
Or 1 even.
You could go 1. He's got enough angle to go 1. Yeah, that's what he did.
Well, it's looking like LS3 knows who our opponent's going to be in our next match. The way it's taking shape.
Well, Albin's prediction's looking pretty good right now too.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for letting me sit in. I got to run.
All right, have a good evening.
Thanks again. See you later. Where's the cue ball going? I think it's going to stay up. But it's the same thing again, Steve. They're all going along this top rail.
Yeah. Haley got away with it. He's got a shot on the 5. It'll be interesting to see how he gets to the 12. Probably the easiest shot on the 12 is going to be the 12 off the 9 and the side.
Oh, you see, see the way this table is, Steve. The way the balls are, they're all in reasonable enough positions to get to, one way or another, and I can't see where Cobra's going to go wrong.
Well, he's got to get to this 12 ball. That's where he's going to go wrong.
He's potted 2, hasn't he? Forgot about that.
Well, that was not wonderful, but he does have a bank on the 12. And, this bank, the typical mistake is to leave this short, because when you're cutting the ball this way, you're going to put right English on the 12, which is going to make it go short. So try to combat that. He wants to put right English on his cue ball, and he didn't do that, and he comes up short. So all he had to do is put a little right English on that, and he makes the ball.
Now, well, this is a must, dare we say it, and Machine's got work to do. Now, does that 9 go if you have to get it? Because the 6 is over the pocket. Yeah, I think you can get to the 9.
I think it does. I also have trouble seeing this in VP, but I think it does. Especially if you hit it with a little right English, which is going to...
In fact, I'd be taking the 9 right now and trying to go over to the side rail here and banging that 6 in.
I think he is going to take it now.
No, he's dead straight. Well, I'd be cheating. I'd be taking the rail here and nudging stuff.
Yeah, he can draw straight back, or he can go into the 4. His choice.
Not that he really needed to nudge stuff, because with the 4 there, the 11 ball's in the open.
And he's got himself a little funny here, because can you see that 1 ball?
Yeah, he can get to the 1. I mean, he's pretty straight in the 1, so he can only just come straight back off it, really, to cut this 14.
Well, on this 2 ball, he's got to get up high enough above the 3. That's the trick. I think he was trying to play it on the side pocket. He's a little funny on it.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred your shot getting up above the 13. These are tricky little shots. Well,
oh boy!
I mean, how often do you see it hit the tit and still go in on this table?
That was pretty amazing. He just caught the short tit, and still went in.
Yeah, well, I agree with you in that sense, LS3. But let's be honest, he's what, 8-4 behind. He's got to win this. He's now got to have the break working for him. You know, not just get... It's the usual scenario. You know, he just needs things to work in his favour for a short while to get back into the match.
Well, he's got enough time, but he's going to have to play better.
Yeah.
You know, he may need a little help from Cobra. He's down to score because Cobra's played better than him, so he needs to up his game. Well, he did what he needed to there. See if he can come up with something. Hugh, you might be muted.
I'm muted again. I hit the button again. Yep. He's...
I don't think I'm muted. I think Hugh, I think you're muted.
Yes, I was muted, yep. Well, that was a disaster. Are you hearing me, Steve?
Can you guys hear Hugh? I can't hear him.
Yeah, well, I think they can hear me. We'll soon find out. Let me have a look at... let me just tab out to Discord a minute and see what's happened there, because I've not been near Discord.
Okay,
Something's
gone south on my Discord.
Yep, there's no sound, there's no mic happening on your Discord, but I can hear you. That's weird.
All right, can you hear me, Hugh?
I can hear you fine. You getting me?
Okay, well, his Discord must be
right.
muted. Not hear him.
Hang on.
Or wait a second. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Well, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Is all of a sudden I couldn't hear you on Discord.
Because the thing is, I can hear you. Now the question is can any of the guys now hear us? We can hear you both, they're saying.
Well, that was before he left and came back, but I'd imagine they still can.
Right, where have we got to?
Yeah.
Cobra's at the table.
He got himself funny, and the 8-ball's no good, so yeah, he just screwed up. That's what we're up to here. I like banking the 12 here. He may not like that shot. He's going to cut the 12. And he hit it good. And I think he's got a shot here. Yep. So he should be out here.
So 14-1. Yeah, well, you say he should be out. He's got 14-1. 10-5s. The 5's not exactly...
Well, the 11-4 is pretty easy.
Really handy.
I think, you know, you shoot the 11-4 and it opens up the 8-ball and 7.
Yeah, I think he's more inclined for this 114 first. This will take him to 4. Anyway, welcome to any latecomers. You missed the match earlier on if you weren't here. The match between who the hell was it that was playing? Stubb and I've totally forgotten who Stubb was playing. I'm going to have to bring up the screen. Who the hell was Stubb playing earlier? That's Tommy. Short-term memory's going out the window. And Tommy was chasing most of the match. It could have went either way, but Stubb went through in a couple of racks at the end, 13-11. You've suddenly gone really quiet, Steve.
Oh, I'm getting a better Cobra picture. I'm going to post this in the chat. This is the picture Cobra needs. This is a cool looking Cobra. You know, his Cobra is kind of not that great looking. He needs that one I posted in chat. That's a badass Cobra.
Well, those guys can click that on.
They can click it out of the chat, yeah.
Well, depends what they're watching on. I don't know whether they can click it on YouTube if it's coming through from Twitter. I haven't a clue how it works. I just know that it appears on my screen, but I can't click anything on my screen. Anyway,
yeah, you can't click it on the screen. It has to be in the chat.
It's now 9-5 to Cobra, and I think that was dry. I didn't hear anything go in. And then again, I'm deaf. He spotted the 2-ball. And
there, I'll give it to you.
Let's have a look at this.
That's the one you want.
Now that's a Cobra. Now, what Cobra is that? Is that a spitting Cobra?
That's a West African banded Cobra.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool looking Cobra.
Those spitting Cobras are dangerous buggers because that's what they'll do. They bloody fire the jet of venom at you.
He needs a redo on that logo. Get something like that really, you know, his Cobra looks kind of like, I don't know. It doesn't look quite right. It doesn't have any color, and I think we need to get him a redo. Or somebody that can use Photoshop when you need him. Well, Cobra's up 9-5, and he's at the table again. I mean, this is not looking good for Le Machine.
Now, what ball's that over the pocket there? The 12?
The 12 ball, and the 3 ball's right in front of this pocket, so I'm kind of surprised he's not shooting a 3 ball right now.
Well, he's going to take the 4, and he's potted it as well. And
okay, that worked out well, huh?
The 11's in the open to be cut in. He can get rid of the 3 and dink out behind the 8. So it's all looking rosy here.
So we should hire Sylvia or semi. Well, I think in VP it's more like beg for somebody to take pity on you and give you one.
So what's this? This is the 4th cribbage. Wants to miss the 14. Although it doesn't matter. I mean, he's on the 8-7 anyway, so it's done and dusted, as they say. Yeah, it's a long haul back now for Machine.
Well, it's 2-1 now.
Yeah.
When it gets to 2-1, it starts getting tough.
Yeah, if this was 9-ball, he'd have a chance, but I'm afraid that having seen enough of these matches, it ain't going to happen. I mean, Bedhead thought about it. He had a good go against LS3, but even that was too much to ask at the end of it. Now, what did he pot there?
14. He lost the cue ball and didn't come out good.
And this table is pretty good. The 7 and 8 are available as and when machine comes to the table. Let's have a look up here.
Now, this is tough. It might be time for Stubbish and blast the 1 ball. He's not gonna. He's gonna try to tie balls up. I probably would kicked at that 1 ball hard. Could kick it in the side. Could get lucky and get off another ball like the 9 or something. I mean,
10-5 or 5-10, 12, then 2-3 combo, is it? Because that's pretty much dead.
That all looks pretty good.
Although I don't know whether he's wanting to come in behind this 12 or what's he trying to do here?
Let's get to 6-9, potentially 13-2. Hey.
He might be playing the combo first.
He's going to play the combo first.
Yeah, you can't miss this.
Yeah, I mean, you can play to break out those 2 balls off the 12, but I think that's not the greatest play. I think he's going to probably just try to get on the tough cribbages. I mean, definitely got the 7 and 8.
Where's this cue ball finishing? Oh,
well,
that ain't it.
I gotta believe he was playing for the 7 and 8. And
yeah.
Now he's tough. I mean, this is.
Well, he's got nothing.
Well, I mean, he can shoot the 213. It's just a very difficult shot. Like, to make that 2 and come straight down the table, you got to put a ton of English on it, and that's hard when you're jacked up over the 1.
Yeah, that's.
Now you can stun this 2 ball, kind of stun draw it, no English, and go 2 rails around the corner and get a shot on that 13, possibly 3 rails. I think that's what he's going to try. He doesn't look like he's hitting low enough on the cue ball, though. Yeah, there we go. Well, that wasn't low enough on the cue ball.
How's his
luck? Get lucky.
Well, at least he's got half a shot. I mean,
he's got a bank. The bank goes.
This is.
I don't see a whole lot else. I mean, he can play it off the 15 ball, but I think the bank's better. Yeah, he tried to play it off the 15 ball.
The more I looked at that cut, the less I thought it was possible. It was nowhere near it.
I think he was trying to play it off the 15.
Maybe he was. He was probably nearer the 15 than he was the pocket.
Yeah, I would have banked that ball. I mean, it wasn't a terribly difficult bank, but
well,
if you don't bank, then everything looks tough.
7-8, that's a given. 9. Well, when he takes the 8, he can take the 9 and come down for the 6. That would seem to be one thing. What's this ball in the rail here? The 11 is in the rail here in the bottom, so the 4's up table. So they are possible cribbages. And Cobra still to get off the mark as far as cribbages go. So these 2 balls tied up in the middle of the table are going to come into play.
Let's see where he decides to play this for. He may have been trying to get a bump on the 2 ball there. He didn't get it. I'm sure after the 6 he's going to play 11-4. I mean, you could play 1 into the 214, but that's not a good percentage. Just hit this, come off the long rail, and play the 11 ball.
Oh dear.
Well, that was a terrible miss.
Well, the thing about where he's finished, that's got me totally baffled as to what he was trying to do there.
Well, he would have got it. It would have moved over more and been lower or closer down to the 11 side of the table if he would have cut that enough. He way undercut it.
Well, here's a big shot. I mean, this is thin. Yep, he's overcut it. And I think he'll be glad it's finished a bit like that. But I mean, this 2 ball could be got at.
Oh yeah, this isn't a tough shot. You just got to put a little left English on this and hit the 13 pretty thin. And you'll miss the stack. Then it's all speed. I mean, you could scratch down at the other end. You got to be a little careful on the speed. Yeah, that's well played.
Right, so...
And so, you know, I mean, he's going to get at least this one. And I'm not sure what he's going to do after this. Maybe more of a Hail Mary shot.
Well, the thing is, he's knocked the one ball slightly awkward, to say the least, because the 14 ball does go. But that kiss in the one's put him dead.
Well, he can cut this. No, he can cut this and go up and down. He needs to miss the 4 ball and just come right back up to the center, just like this.
It looks good pace.
And he hit that really good.
And if it keeps going like that, he's going to have a nice little angle just to nudge this 9 and 4 free. But the question is where's the 9 going to go? Is that going to go into the 6?
You don't want to baby this. You need to hit it with a little speed, and it'll miss the 6. If it hits the 6, at least it's with a little speed. You got to put a little speed on this. Get the cue ball to move over. See, he tried to baby it. You couldn't hit it that way.
No, he's still okay, though.
Of course, he still got the 11 and the 4, so...
Yeah, he's fine as far as that goes. What's he on? So this will be his 4th cribbage. 11's off the rail. He'll have he should have a nice angle just to cut it and come back up. Didn't want it to be stuck to the rail, and he isn't. Well, didn't we go a wee bit further?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, ideally, you'd like to shoot the 9 ball first, then the 6. That's a little simpler. I mean, it'll work the other way, but I like the 9 first. Yeah, it looks like he may be 6 first.
No.
But that works. He's straight on. He can come back for the 9.
Yeah. 6 rack lead.
Yeah, this is a big mountain to climb.
Is Cobra still going 2nd and 3rd ball? Yes, he is. 3rd ball down.
He's going 3rd ball with no English.
Couple of balls. 14's one of them that went in. I don't know what the other one was.
But the thing is, if he put a little English on that, he'd make just as many balls and get the cue ball in a better spot.
The 7 was one of them, and he's obviously the 8 and the 1 are his cribbage balls, and 8 doesn't go into the side, so he's going to have to cut it up table.
Yeah, he's got to back cut the 8, and the tricky part is getting a shot on the 1.
The thing is, though, he might actually run over towards those 2 balls, the 13 and whatever ball it is there, and finish nicely in the 1 anyway.
It depends on the speed.
Oh, no. He's thinner than I thought.
He's got the 1 in the corner or the side, so he's good. Yeah, it was pretty natural it was going to want to go over there. I mean, I think he overcut it a little, and that's why the cue ball got a little bit further up the table. This is one of the shots that people miss sometimes. It's not that hard a shot, but visually it's a little weird.
Well, this is. I mean, he's still got a shot in the 6.
Yeah, he's either got to come across for the 9 in the side or come up for the 9 in the corner. He looks like he's going to go up.
Almost got to the donut. He could have done with getting to the donut because he's left a little tinkery one you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, this is okay. I mean, it's just going to get a little tougher after this. I mean, you might even think about drawing this up and trying to get off the side rail and hit the 12 ball, just because, you know, this situation is going to get tough.
Now, I don't know. He might have been trying to get out for the 5 here.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have considered actually drawing that up the rail and off the rail into the 12.
Bit of right English to straighten this cue ball down past the 15 here. Just a bit of right.
This isn't a hard shot. I mean, he should be. He actually goes
and
up
again,
and down pretty well.
Again, doing the right thing rather than trying to, nursemaid it down past the 15. Used the pace and the table and the space and got on the spot.
Yeah. So now he's got a decision to make here about what he's going to attempt to do. I mean, one thing he could do is
he could do a nudge onto the 13 or split the two balls.
He could. That's a little touchy. You could try to. I think he's going to try to. Well, rolling forward, I don't know if that 13 goes. I mean, the easy shot to get is to bank the 13, but Cobra doesn't like to bank balls, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to try to play that. That's probably what I would do here is try to get where I can bank the 13. I mean, it's possible to get from the 11 to the 4, but it's hard. If you were going to do it, you'd much rather be a little above that 11 ball so you can go around the corner, go 3 rails to the 4 ball.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, if you just stop it, you're straight in. Now, he's going to try to go to the 4 ball this way. And that was a hard way to do it, but he got pretty good on it. I'm sure he's just going to kind of stun draw this up the table.
At the moment, it looks as if he's going forward to the long rail and back out. Yep, he needs to miss the balls.
I don't know why he would shoot it that way, because the 15 was in play that way. He could have just jacked up a little and hit a little stun draw and brought it right up the table. But he got away with it. And this is all he needs, so he's good.
Yeah. So what we got, a 7-rack lead. An insurmountable lead is how I'm describing it, if that's the right word.
Traveling TT's up 4-3 on Spectre Dawn, getting a 6 out.
Yeah, here's this cue ball. There we go. Here's Monkey Boy.
Bankster and Dubrovnik are tied at 5 apiece in an even match. Slim is ahead of Fantastic Fox 1-0, and Fox is getting a 7 ball. And LS3's up 3-0 over Sylvia, and Sylvia's getting a 6 ball.
Oh, look at this table. This is get a tilt on at this table.
Yeah, this is more like what you'll see at a lot of the side break tables, is this sort of stuff. I mean, you don't see it as much in VP because you can hit the ball so hard with these break cues. But in real life, you'll see this kind of mess.
Well, here we go.
A bit more.
In off the 12.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy shot.
You got it too thick.
Yeah, you got. There was actually a fair amount of room there where it was going to go in. You didn't have to be that close to the center.
That was the name of a Russian pool player. In off the 12. What did that say? Should have a... Well, that's something about Photoshop, wasn't it? I was just reading the chat there. Everybody's falling asleep in the chat.
Well, that was a long time ago she put that up.
Yeah.
Her and Sylvia are playing right now.
Oh, of course, she's busy. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that shot. He doesn't either. That is not where he wanted to put the cue ball. He can still shoot the 10, I think. Shoot the 10 and shoot the 5. He's got a good angle to just roll this 10, and I think he can stay on the 5.
No, but this is a cribbage ball, this 13.
Oh, my bad. There I go again, thinking thinking or thunking.
Now,
All right, well, he got out of that.
half a pocket for the 11, but the 4's awkward.
The 4 banks pretty easy, but, you know, it's a little tricky getting on the 11 ball.
Yeah, this is not pretty at the moment. I mean, he's obviously on the 7 and then the 8.
Yeah, and that's probably what he's going to shoot. You just don't want to hit the 6.
We've got
managed to avoid it.
now. Where's the 14 balls in the opening, the 1 ball's here, so he's got no worries with those 2.
Yeah, he had a good shot to avoid that 6 ball there.
10 and 5, no problem either.
Yeah, he's just going to stun over and then draw up from the 14 to get the 1. Well, he's going the other way, which might be better. I mean, it just depends on where you want to get. I mean,
I'm on the wrong screen again. Hang on a minute.
I would have thought you'd want to shoot the 14 first, because I just think it's easier to get position on like the 10 and 5 from the 1. I think he figured that out after he already drew it back. He's good here. Now this is a ball you can play for shape on both of them, although taking the ball wider for the 5 ball, it gives you a little bit more latitude on the 5 ball. So he's kind of got a choice here how he wants to play this. I would probably, let me see the ankle he's got. I'd probably play for both of them here, because you can just hit this with straight top and come down the line for both of them. And he's done that, and he's come up a little short on the 5, but I think he's good enough. He can shoot the 5. And then if you want, you could actually break out the 3-9. I think he's thinking about that. I don't think you really need to, but you know, the 4 ball is still kind of awkward, so he may want to do that. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to break this 3-9 out. You could really hit on either side. I think you're a little bit better off hitting the 9 ball, because it guarantees you a shot on the 12. You don't have to hit this hard. You know, just kind of bump the 9. Or you could just miss them both and be screwed. Well, now things have got a lot. See, he was on the wrong side of that anyways. He wanted to run into the 9 ball because it guaranteed him a shot on the 12.
Yeah.
And he missed the 3 on the high side. I mean, even if he would have hit the 3, he may have been not so good.
Well, here's second attempt.
Yeah, that's not bad. He's got a shot. I mean, that was never going to be wonderful. Where the way that was sitting.
Well, he's lining up the cut.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a shot to win the game here, and if he does, it's pretty much good night at 13-5.
Yeah, he played it nice.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, I think the fat lady's warming up, and this thing's there's a couple nails in the coffin, and
well, machine has been frozen out since I came back from dinner. Basically, I haven't really seen much of him at all.
No, Cobra's picked his game up. He's playing pretty good. You know, and he needs to, because he's had some rough goes in this tournament, and you know, he needs to get his game tuned up. I think, obviously he's one of the favorites, but I think, you know, his game lacks some of the elements for really being good at this cribbage game. He doesn't bank that well. He doesn't seem to like to play billiards and caroms that much. He does hit combos pretty well. I mean, his strength is, you know, more direct runouts. He moves the cue ball well. He's got good ball speed. He's got a good draw control.
Yeah.
So, you know, but he's missing a couple things. That said, I mean, he's still, you know, certainly one of the favorites to win this thing, because, you know, I mean,
Well,
He's not the favorite against Albin.
let's see
Everybody
that.
else, he's probably a slight favorite
Look at the English on that cue ball there to try and get the top end of this 12 ball. That was some shot.
Yeah, Machine's capable. He's just, you know, his game needs a little more polish. I mean, he's got the same issues as Cobra does as far as not really banking well. I've seen him play some caroms, but, you know, I mean, I wouldn't say, you know, the strength of his game is, again, is rolling balls and running out, but he doesn't have as good a draw control as Cobra. Maybe he's making a few more strategy mistakes. I mean, the bottom line in this match is Cobra has just not gotten out on too many tables, and Machine has not gotten out on too many tables, and Cobra has gotten out on a lot of tables.
Yeah, and that's why the odds would always be in favour of Cobra in doing that and picking his way through these setups. I mean, the bonus that Machine's got in this rack is that Cobra came up dry, so at least Machine's got a chance to sort of try and improve the score a little bit.
Well, Machine's another one of these players that could, you know, that could improve and really step up, and you know, his game's at a level where it's funny because you get to about this spot and it kind of gets hard to get better because it starts becoming small things like banking and playing caroms.
Oh, wait a minute.
You know, strategy.
I've just hit the replay there and I've locked up the guys. Hang on a minute. Apologies, chaps. And anybody who's still watching. I'm that busy yapping away there, I forgot about it.
So we got a bunch of players in this that are sort of like that, where they're good players, and you know, now the next step is it's a hard step to get through. But I'm seeing players get better, especially LS3. I mean, she's really improved.
Yeah, the most improved player from her previous efforts in these big tournaments is certainly LS3. She's moved up a few steps in the ladder as far as that goes.
Yeah, I would favor her against Machine, maybe slightly. I would say she's got a chance to beat Cobra. I would say she's still a underdog in that match. I think, you know, Larry and her are pretty even. Stubb and her are pretty even.
Which makes it interesting because we know that the run of the ball and however the shape of the table is can affect the outcome of the game. It's about how well LS3 takes her chances, and she's been doing that pretty damn well in the last 3 matches we've seen.
Yeah.
And she just needs to keep that form up. She'll be in with a shout.
Yeah, I think she's going to continue to get better. Now, maybe we won't see a lot of improvement through this tournament from this point on, but I think she's the kind of player that's going to continue to improve in VP.
And that's the question I always ask, you know, when I'm thinking out loud in a stream. What I always ask is how many players want to get better. You know, because a lot of them are going about it the wrong way. That's the thing.
It takes some work, and you know, I mean, some of these things like changing how you think about patterns and stuff. It's difficult to do because you can't really think a lot while you're playing. It needs to become automatic. So making that change takes you know you have to play a lot. I think, you know, learning how to bank better, shoot caroms better, and things that's easier to do because you can practice those. You can set up shots and practice those. If you've got offline, you know, you can just get offline and start setting those things up. You can do drills, bank drills, carom drills. Yeah, I mean, you just need to get to the point that you understand how the shot works. You understand what you're looking at, and then, you know, you got a chance to execute it. If you're guessing, then it's always tough. But I mean, been impressed the way LS3's been banking. I'm sure there's a lot she could still learn about banking, but you know, when she gets these banks that are more sort of standard-looking banks, she's making them, and you know that's big because most of the other players aren't. Well, this 4-6 combo is pretty easy. A little tricky getting on the 9. I like the 4-6 here. I don't like going left English to get on this 9, though. So that was the wrong way to go. I thought he was better off pulling back and shooting in the side pocket.
Well,
because that was a tough one. I think he got away with it, but barely.
I mean, this is just a hair's breadth touch to get this over the lip of the pocket. They're stubbed back in again. That was well done. So 11-4.
He thinks I'm going to talk to him because I PM'd him. Instead, I'm going to mute him. See, this is I'm tricking him.
So cribbage number 4.
Yeah, I think.
Now he's looking at the 14 cut and then dropping in behind the. I mean, this looks. The angle he's got in the 4, he's got to be 100% to hold it. Yeah, he's done it.
Well, I would have played position on the 14, tried to get a little more out in the middle of the table because this is a little thin. He's going to have to go back and forth maybe twice, unless he hits it real easy. Yeah, he's able to hit it real easy. The VP roll.
Well, this cut takes him to the hill. A point of no return for Machine.
Slim is saying Stubbs done more than I ever remember. Well, I don't know about adjusting his meds. It may be too much self-medication.
Well, he's had the caps lock on all night. I've told him 3 times to take it off, and he's paid no attention. So I think he's in cloud cuckoo land. He's definitely taking his medication today.
Well,
Cobra's got no shot.
Ball low, and he didn't come up with a shot. Which isn't completely surprising. Yeah, this is rough. I mean, you could blast the 12 ball into the 7. Try to get lucky. I think he may just pocket a ball and try to stack them up. I'd like to see a stub shot.
Oh, you might get your wish here. No. He's potting the cue ball as well, just for security. Well,
had some stub excitement, but that's good. He's not changing the way he's playing, no matter where he's at. I believe you should always play the same way. I don't care if you're playing somebody who's got no chance against you. Play the same way, so you stay in that kind of rhythm and thought process. Play the same kind of shot you would. And the same thing when you're way up. Don't start screwing around. You can lose matches being way up if you start screwing around. That's
why I criticised Albinario. I can't remember what match it was, but Albinario knows. He had the match won. Had a simple 2 balls to get the final cribbage, but he decided he's going to move the cue ball to get the cue ball looking nice in that last ball. And of course he missed it. And gave away an extra rack when he didn't need to. Where's the cue ball going here?
Well, I'll tell you what hurts is when you lose matches like that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the only way you learn. You start doing stupid things when the simple thing was there to get you over the line, and then suddenly the roll of the ball goes against you, and things start going funny, and all of a sudden the guy's back in the game.
Yeah, I've won matches where I was down 8-0 in a race to 9, and I won.
Mm-hmm.
You get against guys that can play and that are competitors, and they're basically not going to give up.
Yeah.
Because they know they can still win.
Well, that's why I say I don't care who it is you're playing. You play, and you play like you mean it all the time, no matter where it is in the match. And especially when you're in front, because when you start losing the thought process and you start losing focus, that's when things start suddenly going wrong for you. You just got to stay on the ball. Machine gets another game. Yeah, he's just looking for a little tidying up the scorecard here.
He's getting pretty close to Albin's prediction here. Albin said, what was it, 15-9? I thought Machine would get more games than that, but it doesn't look like it.
And he's come up dry again. He's been praying for a ball in the break for the last hour, I think, when he's had a break.
Okay, he's going to just twirl out here a little inside. That's well played. I don't think that one ball goes, so he could go 6-9. That's sitting real good. You can just stop this 4 ball and shoot the 6. It's natural shape to get on the 9. I think if he shoots for the 6, he may try to draw it back a little, but you don't want to get too carried away with that.
He's dead straight in the 4. He can play the 1 ball up the table at any point where the 14 is.
Yeah, he decided to come back for this 12 ball, I guess. It's either the 12 or the 7, you know. That was a situation where you get straight on either of those and you're good. I think he'll shoot the 12 now.
Well, the 13-2 is wide open. The 10-5 is wide. This match is over.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a shock if he didn't get out from here. 10-5, 7-8, 9-6. I mean, the whole thing is sitting.
It's sitting too good to waste the opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to shoot the 7 and then go 9. He's going to shoot the 7 and then he's going to go, well, I'm kind of surprised. He's still got a little angle. I figured he'd go 9-6. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Go 9-6 and then 10-5 or 5-10. Yeah, all he's got to do is just dink this or kind of stop it just a little. Yeah, that's perfect.
Well, this 9-6.
Yeah, if this was me, I'd be playing shape on the 5 just because I think that's just more guaranteed you can't get
Yeah,
funny.
you're just running down the table. You've got the angle to drop back on the 10 for the match. Tell a lie, yeah.
He can shoot either one from here. He's going to shoot the 10. Well, made quick work of that match. I mean, Cobra's a slow player, and it was still only 2 hours.
Yeah, that was one of the quicker ones. There's obviously fewer racks played in it, so well done to Cobra. And LS3 now plays Machine on the 1-loss side.
I guess I shouldn't say he's slow. I should say he's deliberate.
Deliberate, yeah. Now, I wonder if I can get back to this cribbage tournament. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you should just be able to hit back.
Was I on the cribbage? Oh, there we are.
Just hit back again.
Right, so
hit back again. Keep going back.
Cobra is now through to play his old enemy Albinario. That's going to be interesting. Now, the deadline date for that is August the 17th. I'm just going to mention that August the 17th is the day before my birthday. So you can start gathering all the presents and everything. You've got plenty of time to get them all in until August the 18th. So confirmation, we've got LS3 and Machine on the 1-loss side as the next match. And we've also got Stub against Larry. So fun and games are going to ensue over the next 2 or 3 days once these matches get arranged. But meanwhile, let's go back and have a look at, and that's the League One. There's Friday Night 9 ball now. Did I go past it? There we are. Let's see where it's going. Well, on the 1-loss side, we've got One Pocket Slim 3-2 up against Dubrovnik. LS3's 2-1 up against Travelling TT. On the winner's side, we've got Bankster, who is What's the score there? Is that 1-0 up? He's 1-0 up in a hot seat match against Spectre Dawn. Bankster getting what I can't see because Steve will never change the colour of this Moneyball thing so that people can read it. He's getting the 6 ball. Right, so let's have a look. I think the business we need to take care of is let's have a look at LS3 against Travelling TT.
You want that changed? I'll change it right now.
Let's see. Change it to
no, don't. No. I'm just gonna make it a little brighter. I think brighter or darker. I'll have to look at it.
Brighter, darker, and thicker. That's what you want to do.
No, we're not gonna go thicker.
Anyway, LS3's 3-1 up, and Travelling TT's getting 6 and out.
I think it just needs less saturation is what it really needs. So let's see, that's the brackets. Views, tournaments. Load brackets.
Oh, LS3. Has she hit it? No, she hasn't. 1 ball's hanging dead over the pocket. Now, Travelling TT with 6 and out. Got to. Now, where's the 5 ball? Well, the 5 ball's gone, so you need the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 6. And that ain't the shot. That ain't the shot, I'm afraid. Which is probably why Travelling TT's getting 6 and out. Got to watch this doesn't follow in like that. Well done to Cobra. Albinario is after your blood. Going for 3 in a row, Cobra. You have to stop him. You have to end his run, or at least send him to the 1 loss side to let him think about it a bit more. Well, Travelling TT had the gilt edge opportunity there, but I'm afraid it's hasta la vista and sayonara. But LS3 shouldn't have left that ball hanging over the pocket, though.
If I could find the CSS for this, I might be able to fix it. I'll be right back.
You've not won 4 of these big tournaments in a row, Cobra. What tournaments was that? You won 4 in a row. Right, so LS3 goes through, and on the mat, well, Slim has already gone through, so it's now going to be 1 pocket Slim against LS3. Meanwhile, on the hot seat match, Spectre Dawn has tied it up 1 rack all, but we're going to be getting in to watch the match with LS3 and 1 pocket Slim. The room is up. They're about to lag for the break. Race to 4, and LS3 is player 2, and she's getting the 8 ball, which again is generous enough for LS3. So LS3's won the lag. And it sounded suspiciously dry to me, that break. And it is. Slim will just tuck that 1 ball along the rail and duck to the long grass. At least that's what I'd be doing. Just send it right along to the 2 and spin the cue ball between the 7 and the 9 if he can. I don't know whether he can. He might have to. Let's have a look. What's he trying to do? I just try to use the 7. That works as well. In terms of a snooker. They were all in a row. Well, I never noticed that, Cobra. I take it all back. I thought Albinari was on a roll doing trying to do 3 in a row. That's a decent enough shot, easy enough kick though. And unless you get the pace in this kick right and this one ball comes to the bottom rail, you've got to be lucky you don't leave a shot on it. But LS3 has got lucky. And Slim's going to have to kick at this because he's far too long for a jump shot. And he can get the gap between that 5 and 3. Easy enough line to get there. Well, he looks as if he's lining up the jump. I think it's a bit long to be trying a jump shot. We'll soon find out. Got to lower the angle of the cue to get the distance. Well, he's got it, and not only that, he spotted it. I wonder if I caught it. Yeah, I did. Now, remember to go back to the screen. And LS3's typing with a Birmingham accent. Nice jumping. Well, that was a good recovery from Slim. Not a problem with the 3 and the 4. He just has to get off the 4 and down for the 5.
Found it. All right, so
it's only taken you, what, 10 years to actually have a look at this, Steve? I've been ranting about it for 10 years at least. I mean, you've got to think about the visually impaired people that might play this game.
all right, so load brackets. Need to upload this. Let's see here. So
Now, does Slim come around behind the 8, put the 8 into the same pocket, or does he just dink the 8, the 7 in and take the 8 into the side? Because you've got that choice, and that's what he's doing. Now, ideally he wants an angle that takes him back to the 9, but I don't know whether he's got that. Well, he has, he can just draw straight back. So, it's first blood to one pocket. Slim deserved that with that jump shot, because I thought it was far too long for that jump. But he played it well.
Alright. It's changed. You should like it better now.
Yeah, if I refresh the screen, it won't work. Not until you do some sort of update, or does that need an update?
Just don't do a refresh view. Do a refresh with the circle up on the upper left.
Right.
And then you'll have to click on the bracket button again.
Right,
you should be able to see it.
Seven and 8 balls, 7 ball, 6 ball, 6, 7 and 8 balls.
Even you should be able to read that.
Well, I can read it better, yeah. Yeah, I can read it slightly better, yes, I can. That is a slight improvement, not vast improvement, slight improvement, but it's certainly a lot bloody better than what it's been for goodness knows how many long years. Yeah, that's better. Right, so anyway, I'm in the one pocket Slim LS3 room in the one lost side. Slim having won the first rack from that excellent jump. LS3 getting the 8 ball. And, well, Slim's got his work cut out here. Now, can he use that 8 ball? Let's have a look at the angle.
No, he's going to hit this dead on, even if he rolls it.
I wonder what
he might get a little of the right side. He might be able to get a little of the right side. He ain't tried to. So he's going to take the bedhead cut, I guess. Either that or play safe. This isn't a hard safety. You hit this with some left English and bring the cue ball straight up against the 8.
Oh, he's played that well. Nice nudge in the 9.
Oh, but he may have to come back and play the 6 in the side pocket. It goes in the corner. Because he's not too worried about it. That's what he's playing for.
Well, he's got to get this on a nice line.
I think he's going to roll this. Trying to come back's a little tricky. Yeah, he's going to roll this. Shoots a 7-up table. Yep.
Let's have a quick look at this bracket and see what's happening in the hot seat match. It's now 3-1 to Spectre Dawn.
Yeah, he One Pocket Slim may have a silver bullet here for LS3. I mean, she beat him in the Cribbage World Championship. He may be out for blood here.
Yeah. And it's only a short race to 4, so LS3 needs to get a toe in the door here quick.
You know what an LS3 is, don't you, Hugh?
I haven't the foggiest idea what an LS3 is, Steve.
It's a type of Chevy small block engine.
Nope, never heard of it.
I'm assuming she's into cars if her name's LS3. I don't know of anything else called LS3 except a Chevy small block. It's a high performance type of Chevy small block.
Well, LS3 has a chance. Now, how does that come off the 8 ball? Does it come off the 8 ball? Probably not. But it'll send the cue ball in the right direction if she's trying to drop onto 3 into the side.
And I will say that I can't imagine that tons of people are driving around a car over in the UK with an LS3 in it.
Oh, that's perfect. No, I wouldn't think so. No.
I mean, you can buy them over there. You can buy a crate motor. But, you know, they came in, you know, they didn't come stock in a lot of cars. They had them in Corvettes at one time. I don't know what else they've offered them in. But the stock LS3 was 430 horsepower. And you can make them do a lot more than that. I gotta believe she's into cars. Kind of surprised nobody's ever asked her what LS3 means. Any of you guys know ask her what LS3 means? I mean, does anybody know? Well, we knew what stub meant. Didn't have to ask for that one. Yeah, I've known that for a long time. I don't know how I learned it, but I mean, it's been a lot of years I knew that. Well, yeah, you don't want to come up short here, so you need to spin this out there, and that's a good shot. See, now that's the way you play that. You don't risk coming up short on the shot and hooking yourself. You got plenty of room to roll out past it. Boy, she really underhood that. I don't understand that. I mean, that was just real simple speed. See there I go complimenting her about how she made sure she didn't come up short, and then she does that, and it just makes the shot on the 6 harder. Yeah, I would have taken that to the end rail just because you can use the rail to slow down the speed of the cue ball. Yeah, she's putting draw on. I would never draw that. That one I would always just hit straight English. She's out. She managed to figure it out. Yeah, and big advantage breaking. That's a huge advantage in a race to 2 to be breaking. Now, this tournament's set up as a spot money tournament, right? So yeah, is it rack money too? Let's see. Yeah, it it is rack money. Well, you're getting everything you want. You get the rack money. Now you can read the weight. Oh yeah, it's beautiful now. Well, I'm not gonna make the text bigger. I could change the color more. Well, I wasn't so excited about doing that because really, other than in the UK, very few tables in the US have a white line on them. Very few. It's usually all dark lines. And we invented pool, even though it's like it's like everything else we do here in America. We invented cars. Yet the Japanese took that over from us. We invented pool, and now the rest of the world's taking that over from us. Well, I mean, they didn't take it. They didn't take it over. I mean, McDonald's is still bigger here. I mean, what I mean by it is like pool is bigger in China, pool is bigger in Taiwan, pool is bigger in the Philippines, pool is bigger in the UK than it is in the US. Well, there's reasons for that. There's a lot of reasons for that. That's a whole nother subject, and it has hurt the sport. No, they don't educate people, and they want to keep playing 9 ball, even though it's not the best game for pros. And it's just, I, it's hard to criticize them too much because they are getting pool on TV and they are growing the sport. I think eventually they probably will go to 10 ball. The thing that cracked me up, who's the woman at Match Pool that runs the Match Pool now, the production person? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So she was on, they had Carl Boyes interviewing her, and Carl Boyes is kind of like a little lapdog for him now. He's going to say whatever the company line is. So he asked him about, the that playing 9-ball, and he didn't ask in a way like there's anything wrong with it. And she says, "Oh, well, we tried to get the people in the U.S. to go to 10-ball. We talked to CSI about it, or 9-ball. We talked to CSI about it. See, what they wanted is they wanted CSI to do 9-ball, and I think they probably tried to cut some sort of deal with them. As I don't know if it was cross promotion or I think I don't. I'm just. I don't know this for sure. But I'm thinking that the discussion went that way. And she was like, "Oh, I don't understand why they didn't want to do 9-ball. I mean, like 9-ball is the greatest thing in the world, and
Well,
there's good reasons why they're not doing 9-ball."
no disrespect to her, but I mean, what does she do? What does she? I mean, not that I know a lot about pool, but what does she know about pool other than 9-ball? To actually expand the choice. A bit of variation.
I mean, I think she knows how to put events on and do TV. I mean, they've really expanded pool, because at one point I told them I could put tracking lines on them for their broadcasts, and they told me no. I talked to the guy that was the head of production, like her position now. He says no, and I'm like, why wouldn't you want to do this? And make the broadcast a lot better. He goes, well, we only do 2 events a year. We don't really care about pool. That's what I was told, and that was quite a few years ago. But at that point, they were only doing Moscone Cup and what is it, the World Pool Masters?
Yeah.
Now how many events are they doing? I mean, they're doing a bunch of them.
Yep, they're doing a stack of them.
Do you know what the schedule is? How many they're doing this year?
I'm trying to. I mean, it's on. If you Google Matchroom Pool. It'll bring up their page, and you can go to. I think there's the events page.
They have a schedule. Let's see what the schedule says.
Yeah,
I mean, now they're actually promoting it. Now, okay, they have things on here like Derby City Classic 9-ball event. They call that a ranking event. That is not a tournament they put on. They're just using it as a.
They're using it for the.
They're using it for ranking. So, but I know which ones. Premier League Pool, non-ranking. That I don't even know what Premier League Pool is. Do you know what that is?
Well, that's this is a thing that Matchroom have done. They had Premier League darts. It's going to be for a limited number of players. Probably they choose the players, or I don't know whether they have to qualify for the Premier League Pool, but there'll be about maybe what it could be as little as 10 players or something in it, and they all play each other.
They call that a non-ranking event.
Yeah,
and
let's
see what else we got there.
If it goes like the darts, they do it on a weekly basis. 1 week they do it at this arena, 1 week they do it at another arena. I don't know. I've never seen it.
We've got Euro Tour. They call that a ranking event. We've got the World Pool Championship. They call that a blue ribbon event. I don't know what that means.
I haven't the foggiest idea.
But that had a $325,000 purse, so that's pretty good. Super Billiards Expo, that's in this country. That's a ranking event. Euro Tour, World Pool Masters, they call that a non-ranking, which is interesting. So it looks like most of the ranking are Predator Bucharest Open, which is they call a ranking event. UK Open Pool, they call that a major event.
Yeah, that was the one that's just gone a few months ago. They have the big one.
Sandcastle 9-ball Open, that's New Jersey. I think that's that might be the Turning Stone tournament. They call that a ranking event. Euro Tour, European Pool Open. So they've got a lot of events they're counting as ranking events. U.S. Open Pool 9-ball. So what they've done is they've said, we're not going to consider anything a ranking event unless it's a 9-ball event.
Mm-hmm.
So they were trying to get Place CSI to do a 9-ball event. They're doing like the U.S. 10-ball Open, the U.S. 1-pocket Open, the U.S. 8-ball Open, and I guess Place CSI told them they didn't want to do it.
Well, LS3 pinched that match off Slim. Slim missed a cut and a 4 into the side, and LS3 cleared up, so she's through. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn's about to go through to the final again. over
It'll be
Bankster.
Bankster against LS3, and Bankster's got to be getting some sort of spot. Maybe not a real big one. I think he's going to be getting something.
I think at best he'll just be getting the 8 ball. Because LS3 was just getting 8 ball against Slim.
Well, they dropped the entry fee on the U.S. Open. It's only $750. It was $1,000.
Well, with the way things are going, with the situation in Ukraine, and of course the price of everything has gone up, then I think that's it's playing a bit in the players' pockets on entry fees. So Spectre Dawn through to the final, and now he's got to wait because we have the match between LS3 and Bankster to see who gets to the final. We're just
Hairpick might be right because I'm not seeing Federer Gorst's name in that Premier League match, and he certainly would have been. Let's see about the Euro Tour. Now, they may not be able to ban him from Euro Tour events because that may not be them. I'm not sure what the relationship is. They may be like the PGA Tour where they try to twist everybody's arm.
Oh, I noticed that. Who's the 2 players, Steve, that have brought the lawsuit against the PGA Tour?
Yeah, Mickelson did and DeChambeau.
Yeah, I wonder how far they'll get with that.
You never know. You never know. Yeah, I don't see Gorst in the ranking for the Euro Tour either.
Yeah.
I don't know how far they'll get with that. I mean, Monahan comes out and says, he's a commissioner. He said today that we feel we've got a good legal position, which may be true or not. And he said that they are now employees of the LIV Tour, which I don't believe is true. Just because you sign a contract with somebody does not mean you're an employee. I think technically they probably are not employees. They're still independent contractors. Signing the contract doesn't make you an employee.
Well,
so
that's the type of thing the lawyers are going to be reading through the small print, to try and throw this whole thing on a scrap heap.
It's politics, and he's trying to, make his case to the public that they're now employees of that tour, which I don't think they are. And, there's the players on the PGA Tour certainly aren't employees. I mean, they're all independent contractors. So I think the PGA Tour could get in trouble with their business model. That's where they may be sorry, because they're actually running their tournaments as charitable events, which means they don't have to pay taxes.
The loophole that saves them a fortune. Yeah,
and Congress has tried to take that away from them before, and they may end up losing this through this whole process because it's really not appropriate that they're running their tournaments as charitable events.
Well, there's only one kind of person who's going to come out on top of this, and that's the lawyers, because these two players they've taken them to they've raised a lawsuit on the basis of them not being able to earn a living or prevent them to earn a living or something like that. It's pretty flimsy reasons. I think the lawsuit is.
Well, I mean, there are some. Oh, that was a tough miss by LS3. There are some, anti-competitive, antitrust kind of things where they're trying to restrict people from playing. Mm-hmm. It's like trying to restrict an independent contractor for working for somebody else. Like if you hired somebody to mow your lawn and you said, well, you're not allowed to mow anybody else's lawn around here.
That's exactly it. Yeah, you can't mow his lawn.
That's what they're doing. Is it's an independent contractor, and they're telling them, if you can't do that, and really, I think the only thing that is reasonable for a tour to do is say you have to play this many events to maintain your card. And you know, that's what the Euro Tour always did. They don't
Yeah.
tell people you can't go play on the PGA Tour. The European PGA, it was always like you have to play this many events to maintain your status here, because most of them are playing on the US PGA Tour anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, is that all these people went from the European PGA to the US PGA, and nobody said, well, you can't do this. And the deal that the European PGA signed with the PGA Tour, you know, they had a choice because they didn't have money. They were having trouble. They could either sign a deal with LIV or sign with the PGA Tour. Well, they signed with the PGA Tour, and now they're the lapdogs. They do whatever the PGA Tour wants. And they've turned the, now it's called the DP World Tour, but they've turned that into a feeder tour for the PGA. Anybody that does well in Europe is going to go to the PGA Tour. I mean, even more so than it had been. And so it's, I don't know. I don't think what the Europeans did is right. And, you know, they've already been sued too. I mean, there's a number of people that file lawsuits against the Euro Tour.
It's just crazy.
Oh, it's just, you know, but if you look at tennis, okay, all that these players want that have gone to LIV is a model like tennis. In tennis, you have tours, but players play on a lot of independent events. They play on different tours. You know, nobody's going, oh, tennis is horrible. These people are horrible. You know, there's a lot of politics going on here. It really is a mess. It's really kind of sad.
Well, LS3 is up against it. Now, what's Bankster getting? He's getting it. No, he's getting a 6 ball. I thought he. No, what's LS3 rated? She's 2,300. Well, there you go.
Yeah, she's getting better. She just needed to clean a few things up, get a little bit more savvy. I mean, her basic game is good. Now, let's see, he's going to slow roll this. Well, he's got a chance to just bury her. See, I don't like this play because, you know, what you want to do is bury her, you know, put her on that 7 ball.
Yeah, because it's an easy hit. I mean,
he comes off the rail and buries her on the 7, and that's not going to be easy. And now her only choice is the soft kick at it, and she's going to give him the shot again. See this? The strategy LS3 is employing, well, that's a better shot because now she's put him in a spot where it's harder. But he'll try to hook her on the 3 here. Need to hit this a little right English. I may have done a little too much right English.
Well, LS3 will do likewise.
Yeah, that was a big mistake there. This you want to go 2 rails because you can run the 1 into the 6. You can't really hit this super thin. Little left English and run the 1 ball into the 6 is the way to get on this. Yeah, she's going to play this game. I don't like that shot.
No, you got to play the proactive shot. You got to try to get him in trouble because this is just at some point you might leave him that opportunity again.
Now this is pretty close to being shootable as a bank. I don't think it is right now.
Well, it is now.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely think about banking this. I mean, the 2/8's pretty dead from anywhere, and I think she is going to bank this. Don't want to baby this because you got to get the cue ball to come out. Well, she got too much topspin on it, but I think she might be okay.
No, that's Bankster, Steve.
Oh, he's okay. Yeah, that was too much topspin. That's why the cue ball hugged the rail like that.
Now, what Slim said in the chat, I wonder how long ago he said that. In fact, it wasn't Slim, it was LS3. My username in Virtual Pool 3 online was Lost Soldier 3. My favourite racehorse of the time. Well, that's the answer to the LS3 and the into cars situation. It's nothing to do with cars.
That was a bizarre. Now that's bizarre because I'll tell you what. If you ask almost anybody over here what LS3 is, they're going to tell you it's a motor.
Well, I mean, I hadn't a clue it's anything to do with horses either.
Well, since you like that, you need to buy a Corvette with an LS3 in it. let's see, what year is it? They haven't made an LS3 for a while. Let's see.
Well, Bankster is going to be one away from the final, and he's going to be, well, Spectrodon's been like this before. He's going to be given Bankster a fair handicap in this final if Bankster can get over the line.
Okay, so it was used between 2007 and 2017. It was used in the Camaro and Corvettes, and the higher performance ones. That's what you need. That's what you need, Gloria. Is you need a Camaro or Corvette with an LS3 in it. Then your life can be complete.
Well, here's LS3's chance. Wide open table. Got to get to the 3 ball.
If you're in the UK and you've got a Corvette, a Camaro, you're going to get noticed. There's probably not a whole lot of those running around. Well, this is going to be interesting there.
I'll tell you something else, Steve. Cars like that with big engines over here are no good because you'll be paying a fortune in tax as well as the price of fuel for it as well.
Yeah, well, one good thing about those is that, you know, they get a lot better mileage than those kind of motors used to. I mean, LS3 driven, you know, reasonably is probably going to get 24, 25 miles to the gallon. Of course, as soon as you put your foot down, it's not, but
yeah.
I mean, I know that's probably not good mileage for what most people are looking at buying over there, but it's...
No, a lot of people over here have got, what we call hot hatchbacks, small cars, smaller engines, and more fuel friendly.
Well, I had a Mini that was really fast. I had a Mini that had a lot of work done to it. Of course, it didn't get great mileage. I got about 25 miles a gallon in a Mini because it was highly modified.
How did you ever fit in a Mini, Steve?
Minis have a lot of room. Minis will fit somebody up to 6'8". Minis have a lot of room. Well, matter of fact, if you want to customize it a little with a seat, Dirk Nowitzki, who's 6'11", he had a Mini.
I could imagine that. Well, either you or him sitting in the back seat to actually drive it.
No, I had a stock seat. I fit in a stock seat, no problem. Yeah, Minis have a lot of room in them.
Well, LS3's got herself on the scoreboard. Bankster, though, has the table at his mercy. Just needs to get to that 6 ball. So 2 and 3 aren't a problem. 4 isn't a problem. The only thing that's going to be the problem is how good he gets from the 4 to the 5. Because he's either going to...
It's pretty easy.
Well,
yeah, this is just natural 2-rail shape.
Yeah,
he's not going that way.
It's how he gets off this 5 to the 6, though, because the 6 is either going to play the 6-9 combo or into the other corner.
That's why I would have gone 2 rails, so you get an angle back the other way. You don't want the angle this way.
And this is sort of, well,
that's about as good as you're going to do there without getting really crazy with the English. I mean, that was a pretty good shot, but you really don't want this. You need to run into the 9, hit the end rail, and then run into the 9.
Yeah, not scratch off if you hit it too hard. No, he's fine.
Well, he didn't run into the 9 though. I wouldn't call this fine.
So Bankster goes through 6 ball with the money ball.
That's all he needed. I didn't realize that. Yeah.
So it's a Bankster Spectrodon final, of which there've been a few of them in the last number of months. And I'm guessing that Bankster's going to be getting, well, if he gets 6 there, I think he might be getting 6 and out, or 7 and out against Spectrodon. I'm guessing that. I think he'll be getting the 7 and out for the final.
Who's still in this room with One Pocket Slim versus LS3?
Oh, somebody's fallen asleep in it. It's not me. I'm in the final room now. In fact, he's not getting 7 and out. He's getting a 6 ball. Race to 9. What time is it? Well, that's actually quite early again for Friday night 9 ball. It's only 10 to 10.
How does this room get hung up? I'm not seeing anybody in it.
What room is that? The last room with Slim you were talking about?
Slim versus LS3, yeah. I'm still showing the room.
There's probably a spectator still sleeping in it.
Yeah, I think somebody probably left and the disconnect didn't register. It should go away on its own. If it doesn't,
Oh, that is that LS3 gone to bed, right? Well, thanks for joining LS3.
Yep, thank you.
Good luck in your next match. Now, how about this 4 ball?
So this is the final, huh?
Yeah, the 4 ball squeezes past the 6. It's not got a lot of room, but it does go past the 6. Yeah, he's trying to get it into the side, and as usual, he's found a spot. That was a good shot. And I think, for the most part, this is what Bankster's up against, the fact that Spectrodon just doesn't want to give up the table. So whenever Bankster does get a sniff, he's simply got to get there. How long's that been on now? 5.5 hours we've been at this.
Oh, you have. I've been here that long.
Thank God I've only got a short shift tomorrow.
I thought about going playing a pool tournament, but it's 4.5 hours of driving and not feeling it.
See, that's the trouble with the United States. It's far too bloody big. If you drove 4.5 hours in Scotland, Steve, you would actually be. If I drove 4.5 hours north from where I am, south of Glasgow, I'd be up well into the Highlands. Not a problem. Up through Loch Lomond, up the A82 to Rannochmoor, up past Ben Nevis and Fort William. I drove to Applecross in about 4.5 hours. And if you look at the map of the UK, you'll see where Applecross is. It's right opposite the Isle of Skye. But that's only a long drive for the fact that if you come to Scotland and you drive up the west coast of Scotland, it's a bloody nightmare because you get stuck behind caravans on one single lane highway. Traffic oncoming in the opposite lane, you'll get no chance of overtaking them.
Well, Augusta's only part way across the state. It's about halfway across the state.
Yeah. Must be boring to drive in the United States when you think about it, because it's most of the time it's like four lane highways and bigger, especially
there's a lot of scenic stuff here. It just depends where you are. Like for me, going west on I-16, it's a straight road with trees on both sides. It's the most boring drive you've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, Bankster's got his work cut out in this rack. Now, where's this cue ball? He's going to brush the 3, and he might be hooked. Let's have a look. Nope, he's okay. So he's just going to come back across the 3. That should be the plan. Now, this is the worst spot he wants to be in. right on the 9 ball. And now he's got a dicey 1 in the 4. And suddenly things are just getting ugly. Yeah, that ain't. Oh, well. I'll tell you something, at that pace I didn't think that was going to go in, but it used all of the pocket and most of the rail as well. So Bankster squares the match up. Remembering that he only needs to get to the 6 ball. I think that's come up dry though, has it? Yeah. Checking this with a better left English just to straighten it up into that gap. That's perfect. Now, if he just comes back off this 3 ball, he should have enough angle to try and get in that gap between the 7 and 8. Now he's come the other side. The danger with that is that heading towards the side pocket, but he's got away with it. He could have come up the gap there onto the 5. So Spectre Dawn is rapidly going to restore the lead by the look of it. Again, loads of left English to readjust the line that cue ball comes off the rail. The natural angle would have took it over towards the 8, so the left English checks it in the rail and straightens it up. So, Spectre Dawn restores the lead. Rack number 4. And the 2 ball tracks in. He's got a cut in the 1, past that 3. And, well, the angle looks as if he wants to come around behind the 4 and the 9. He just has to avoid the traffic. But I think in trying to do that, it might have caused him to miss the 1. Because he was very likely to run into the 4. So this is exactly the scenario I was talking about. Bankster's got a chance at the table here. Everything's available. And he's simply got to do it, because this is the opportunities that are few and far between against Spectre Dawn, and when you get them, especially when you're getting a 6 ball, you've got to get them done. Well, I think he can just brush off the 7. I think he's fine. Yeah. But he's hung the 5. Well, it's came and gone, the opportunity. And these are... Every time Bankster does something like that, he's going to be punished. That's a guarantee. So, from looking odds-on favourite to be 2 racks all, he's suddenly 3-1 down. But Spectre Dawn going to drop this into the side. And leaving the high cut. Cue ball's bound to be on the 9. I don't know what's happened with my clock. My clock's acting funny. Hang on a wee minute. I'm missing the last digit, or most of the last digit. Let's see if we can change that. I'm going to have a look at that. Right, so Bankster's just trying to drop out onto this too. Let's see if he's got there. Yeah. Oh dear. And again, trying to manoeuvre the cue ball. He's taking his eye off the pot. It was not a difficult pot. He had a bit of spin on it to come around and out for the 3. He didn't really get great in the 3 either, but it's another chance that's come and gone. And he simply cannot afford to do that. It's going to be 4-1.
No, not going to beat Spectre Don doing that.
He maybe took a wee bit of liberty in that pot there to try and get the cue ball in a better line onto the 3, but he sacrificed that, and then because of that, he ended up rattling it in the pocket. This is meat and drink to Spectre Don. So, the last 2 racks Bankster's been in had the rack at his mercy, and then the unforced error, the mistake, and they've both been heavily punished. This is looking dry. Well, he's got to play. I'm looking at that as a combo. It's not a gimme, especially where the cue ball's sitting. Well, he didn't get a lucky roll. It was never easy, that combo. I don't think he had an awful lot else on, but straight away, Spectre Don, table's wide open. And the inevitable's about to happen now. Does he go up the table for the safest route to make sure he can see the 3? Or does he come inside? Well, he's going inside into the gap.
Yeah, that's not a hard shot when you're bumping the rail, because that controls the speed. What?
When you were saying the other week there about, we were talking about, oh well, there you go, there's Spectre Don giving a gift to Bankster. When you were talking about the amount of racks that Bill had played, was Spectre Don not like second in the list? I think he was.
I believe he was, but it was quite a ways behind Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill was playing. I mean, I don't know how long Spectre Don's been here, but he's certainly not been here in VP4 as long as Bill. Bill been here from day one, and he's been playing loads and loads of 9-ball during that time. You know, like Bill's played like 100,000 games or something. Where's this cue ball going? Bankster. Oh dear. Well, it ain't happening. He's had a gift of a rack, and now he's found a way to get a scratch. And there's a 2-9 combo as a gift. Well, I like the pace this is going at, because it means I get to my bed earlier. Where's the cue ball going? I thought it was going again.
Turning into a slaughter here.
Yeah, that's exactly the shot to play. You've got your man in trouble. Stick him in further trouble. You know what film I watched again yesterday, Steve? When I got home from work yesterday, I went on to the BBC iPlayer, and when they show movies over here on BBC, on the 3 or 4 channels that they've got, if they show a movie down south in England that they maybe not have shown up here in Scotland, it appears on iPlayer, and they had all the President's Men on again, and I sat yesterday afternoon and watched it. I love that film. The one with Robert Redford and what's his name, Dustin Hoffman, the Watergate scandal. And it's quite a good film. I mean, the thing about the film that's good about it is all the phone calls and all the questioning and stuff, and the fact that it's not a romantic movie and it's all dialogue, all of it. It's one of my favourite films. I think I've caused Steve to go to sleep, as well as everybody else that's watching the stream.
I'm sorry. I was.
I was saying I was watching All the President's Men the other day. I was watching it yesterday for about the umpteenth time. Now, can he get to this? Or yes, he can.
It's been a long time since I watched that movie.
Oh, now was that legal? Yes, it was. 1976 it was made. So, I mean, Watergate was still making all the headlines before that, when they started making that film. It was a Robert Redford production, well, a co-production, I think, so he probably lit up a fair few $1 million in the making of it as well, I would imagine. Well, this is fairly straightforward to get on the 8.
Yeah, I'm working on my email right now watching this match because Google decided that small businesses have to pay.
Have to pay for emails?
Yep.
Well, why are you using Google Mail in the first place?
I'm not anymore. I went to Zoho. I'm paying Zoho too, but I'm paying Zoho a lot less than what Google wanted. It was ridiculous what Google wanted. They wanted, well, for the accounts I had, they wanted $280 a month for email.
Get lost.
That's what I said. I'm not paying that. Are you crazy?
Well, it's now 6-2. No, tell a lie, is it 6-2? Yes, it is. And again, Bankster trying acrobatics to get on this 2-ball. Run full into the 9, which killed it. And now he's got to duck for cover here. He's got to hide this cue ball. And that's not hiding the cue ball, because I think you can see this too. Yep, and he can cut it. Now, got to get a little hit on here, I think. I don't think he's going to have any joy with this 4-ball unless he does. And that's worked out perfect. Just a pity you don't get many rolls of the ball like that in cribbage. Well, I think Bankster's already working out what his runner-up prize is in this match. Because Spectre Dawn is marching on regardless here, like a juggernaut. 7-2 up. Now, what's happened to Bankster? Oh, he's suddenly come to life. I thought he'd gone there. I thought he disconnected. Well, it's a chance for a consolation rack, so we'll give him the 3, we'll give him the 4. The problem's getting from the 5 to the 6. Oh dear, what's he done here? What has he done here? Well, he's got on it. He's got on the 4. But he needs a decent angle off this 5 to run this cue ball around for the 6, which does go past the 8 ball. And he's done his best to get himself hooked behind the 9. In fact, he can't get to pot this 5, I don't think. This is tight. Can he get there? That looks way too tight. Yeah, in fact, it was so tight, he did hit the 9. So that's another one going to go. Expected on just drop this into the side and roll down for the 6. It goes clean past the 8, but again he needs that angle. He doesn't want to go straight on it. Well, he's got enough to work with, but he's got to knock this in fairly firm to get this cue ball cracking. And again, it's pretty good. How's that 7 ball sitting? No, it's well off the rail. Can go forward around the corner, maybe 3 rails. 1, 2, and 3. And then, of course, he's got a choice, but the simple choice is just stun this in and come right down the bottom of the table, 9 ball into the side. No messing about. Well, that's what, 10-15, so that's, that's going to be, with 15 players in, Friday night 9 ball is going to take, let's say, 3 hours, maybe in 20 minutes, provided that Spectre Dawn wins the final rack that he needs. So this is going to be a quick one this week. It might be dry as well, though. And Bankster's got a simple 1, a simple 2. Needs to miss the 5, which he's done. Now, the problems immediately start when he's playing this 3 ball. He's going to have to run this in. And if he gets too much juice on this going forward, he might not have the legs to get to the 4. Well, he's tried his best. And that'll do. Again, he's going to have to run up the table. Just make sure he gets the 4 in the hole. And of course the 9 ball is always waiting to hook him if he doesn't play this right. So he just again needs to be playing this where he's coming back across the table. How does it look from that side? Well, does he want to go right back off the 6. He's trying to dink it across. Trying to be too cute. No, I didn't need to be because he only needed the 6 ball. I forgot about the handicap again. I never fail to forget. Well, here's a danger because Bankster's came up dry and the 6 ball's actually dead in the pocket. And, well, Spectre Dawn could obviously push out and just pot the 6. But he's going all out. And that's worked out. He's played the combo. The 1's come into play. 1 into the side. Up and down the table for the 2-4 combo. Well, where's this cue ball finishing up? He might pot the 6 and be hooked. He has done. Well, this is a testy little jump. A jump combo on the 2-4. Oh, look at the cue ball. Almost down the rail into the side pocket.
Your assignment tonight is strategic.
Wrong button. Well, it's another chance for Bankster. The only problem with this setup is that he's going to have to run out because the 6 ball obviously has gone when Spectre Dawn ran into it. And he's now going to be colliding with the 9. And we don't know where things are going to end up here. But if he hits the 9 pretty full on, he should be on the 7. And he's glanced off it. Well, this is better than nothing. So it's damage limitation job here for Bankster. And he's way off the mark with that 7 ball. And it's Fat Lady singing time, folks. Because Spectre Dawn is going to do it within the 3 hours and 20 minutes. I don't think anybody's still watching this because it's actually gone silent.
Yeah, I think it's just you and me. There's only 2 people in. There's only 2 people in here, so it's just you and me.
Oh, here, Pig, you're talking about well, that's the guy I call the guy in the garage that Robert Redford would go and talk to, who told him to go and chase the money. Yeah, that was his name. They called him Deep Throat. Right, well, that's it then. It's yet another Friday night 9 ball for Spectre Dawn. Well done to him. And well done to Bankster for getting that far. But up against it, tall order. Well done to our winners tonight. Well done to Stubb. And also to Cobra. And so the Cribbage tournament's getting to the business end. There's some good matches to come. There's not a bad match now. There's everything to look forward to for those guys. And I'll hopefully be there for them. Well, that is a 6-hour stint tonight, folks. And I'm going for a quick coffee. I think is what I need. I need a caffeine hit even before I go to bed. So thanks all for joining. Thank you to Steve for joining in. And we will bid you good night and take care. And we will see you all again soon.
All right. Good night.
Take care. See you later.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
We don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.